To battle!
Job's done.
Finally, a second chance.
What adventure are you up to today? Plague lands. Wash your hands.
To battle! To battle!
My sincerest.
I didn't ditch class to get second place.
Well played.
What do you mean, play?
You win this. My sincerest.
Are you really number two?
Leandrin versus Anduin.
Right makes right.
My blade burns with holy fire. Well played.
More like a wasted awarding.
Is anyone else lost?
Reporting for duty.
I agree.
My sincerest thanks.
The battle.
Come, pray with me. Come, pray with me.
Reporting for duty.
Learn obedience, peon! What, you lazy peon!
The demon seed grows in power.
I must consider.
another seed. You'll never get the demon seed.
Burn. My sincerest thanks.
Leandrin versus Nemzi.
Let's have some fun.
My blade burns with holy fire. Ah, hello, challenger.
Hiya, friend.
My sincerest thanks.
The light dims, but we will fight.
You here for the tour?
What adventure are you up to today? Plague lands? Wash your hands.
Repent!
Job done.
Do try to keep yourselves alive.
Ah, are you a fan of knives?
Please play a spell. Play a spell. Play a spell, bro. Play a spell. Fuck you.
Adventure awaits.
My sincerest thanks. An error.
You make a cute puppet.
The light dims, but we fight.
Reporting for duty.
Adventure awaits.
Job done.
Well played.
Ah, are you a fan of knives?
Come on.
You make a cute puppet.
Come on. Fuck!
word if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. Though, it would perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man. Are you all right?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon. Of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Gull. All those years studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
Hey, you there, dude?
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
No.
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
Hello?
Yo.
What's up, bro?
My blade is yours.
What's up, man?
I just want to quickly update Discord.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Okay, cool. That was a quick edit, a quick update. Now I can sit and smoke weed because I can't really smoke weed there by my workshop.
Why?
I did smoke a bit, but there's no place to chill and smoke. I stood there at the back.
I would just like... It's your dad's place, right?
Well, but it's our place.
Yeah, then I would fucking do whatever I want, dude. Does your dad smoke or not? Oh, yeah,
No,
he
he's
doesn't.
he's very strict against it. I don't even smoke cigarettes in front of him, so...
Let's talk to him about weed, man. Like, it's not that... It's better than... He doesn't smoke...
No, he knows I smoke. I mean, I told him the other day, there's fuck all he can do about it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a kid no more. Fuck, I've got some nice bikes now to sell.
It's not that bad.
Got a very nice Hayabusa. Got a 650 Kawasaki.
Yo.
Got a CBR 1000. The Bullnoses. Got a KTM, that Super Dukes. So I've got a few bikes to sell. And luckily I can do it from the comfort of my home. Hello! Fuck dude, I'm in the mood to drink today, dude. And I haven't slept shit since, well, I woke up last night about at 8. 7.
What is today?
It's Thursday. Tomorrow is a fucking public holiday, dude. I only heard it today.
What, Friday?
Yeah.
Is it Thursday today?
Yeah.
Oh,
the 23rd.
Awesome. I thought it was Friday. I'm so happy. That means I can play games for like 2 days straight.
Oh, do you only need to go in on Saturday again?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet, dude. At least.
And they paid me already. Fuck, I love this job, dude. They like pay me early.
Yeah, dude. You know what? But, dude, talk to a lot of people. People don't quit their jobs. They quit their bosses. If you've got a dick for a boss, people fuck off, dude.
Yeah, my boss is actually nice.
Yeah, dude, you don't need shit when at work as well. I know,
Dude,
like...
I realized...
Like
no,
corporate
no one
and
knows
shit,
who I
dude. Those
am.
guys are cunts, you know, the higher ups. And they know if you fuck you, you know, like... If you step out of line, I'll just fire you and get someone else.
I swear to God, my boss like developed Tourette's. Like, when I first met him, he was 100% fine, and now he's got like Tourette's all of a sudden.
Who's that?
Oh, not Tourette's, but like huge stutter.
Who are you referring to, dude?
No, my boss. It really it freaked me out. Because I never noticed it, and then he just fucking like completely hucked the fuck out the one day, and I was like, holy shit, dude, are you okay? Like, are you having a seizure? Like, holy shit. Fuck, dude. That freaked me out, bro. I was actually worried about him. Like, I think maybe it's epilepsy or something. And maybe he doesn't even know, like, you know, like your mind like blanks out certain things, and you're like, you wake up and you're like, oh shit, I don't know, like everything's fine. You know? Yeah, that's shit, dude. I'm worried about people like that with like mental stuff.
Yeah, dude, even like fucking epilepsy, dude, it's crazy, man.
You can just die, dude.
Dude, I know of 2 people that's young, dude. Like fucking Jose was. I think you knew Jose, dude.
Yeah.
His brother played in a punk band, fucking Mustard.
He died while he was sleeping.
Yeah, dude. They said it was epilepsy. I didn't know really if he was on drugs, because I knew him rather well.
Yeah, dude, we were all of us, dude.
Oh, I wanted to ask you, dude, before I forget. Do you? No, they were more on the alcohols, dude. They were more alcoholics, dude.
Maybe he drank himself to death.
It could be, dude. They drank a fuck ton, man.
Yeah.
Like even those times when we drank together, we didn't drink 1 bottle. We drank like 4 or 5 bottles a night, and then we'll just keep on till we can't no more.
I drank a fuckload as well.
I wanted to find out from you. You mine as well, eh?
Yeah.
What do you mine with?
I just use NiceHash with Ethereum, but I use the Dagger Hashimoto fucking algorithm.
Yeah, I'm also using Dagger Hashimoto.
Yeah.
But this card isn't really profitable. It's like 20 bucks a day, dude.
What card is that?
1066 gig.
It's Nvidia.
Yeah. I'm somewhere running the small one now. It's called NiceHash Quick Miner.
Run the full one and then get all the algorithms and stuff. Because then it like actually analyzes which algorithms.
Do you think it'll be better to run the fuller one?
Yeah.
I actually want to check out. There's this other one as well. They actually say it's better for they get better mining rates.
And you always overclock your power output and underclock the actual card a little bit.
Yeah, dude, I got the website from the Watu mine.
Yeah.
Then they not Watu mine. What's that? On NiceHash itself, they tell you how to set your.
Because I think with Nvidia you can get more algorithms than Dagger. Like Dagger's good for AMD. And Ethereum mining, like you might be able to do other stuff that's better.
Do you mind while you play games?
No, you can't. You like shit mine when you like go to sleep and stuff.
Yeah. I made like 10 bucks in like. No, sorry. Let me tell you the exact amount.
should actually set up my mining again. I just like...
Yo, dude, I need to do it so that I can just... Even if it's fucking cents, you know? It's still there.
I get like 30 rand.
Yeah, I get... It fluctuates in between on my hash rate. It fluctuates between like 20 bucks and 30 bucks a day.
I was getting like $100 a day. No, yeah, like earlier than this year, or like late last year.
What's the least that you can cash out into your Luna wallet or wherever the fuck you want? The withdraw amount on Nice Hash?
It's like 900 or 800 or something.
Oh, okay, so you can't like just withdraw like 50 or 100.
No.
I see.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in Magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remained behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? You, Giddy? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Higher, higher, baby. Oh yeah, but have you heard of this Kudo miner?
Yeah, for Nvidia.
Well, they just say boost profits by up to 30% for your mining farm. Mining rig.
That's what I'm talking about.
I think I must also install this one and just, you know, check. If I can get more, then fucking why not, dude? It doesn't look too bad, but I'm not gonna move out there.
where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
For all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
Backstreet back. Alright, dun 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 dun.
I am Gorsetsu.
When last did you listen to Backstreet Boys, Grim?
You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Probably when it was like mainstream stuff.
So in like 99.
Yeah. Maybe like once or twice after that by accident in the mall.
My mom brought me a Backstreet Boys CD for when I was in standard 5 for my birthday.
That's
when I went to standard 6, I was like, fuck that, and I went and I sold the CD, bro. I think we bought beer, wine with the money. Like, fuck this cock music, dude.
Was it still worth shit?
Yeah, dude, that was when CDs was still a commodity. Yeah, dude.
It's all over now.
Light green lights, yellow lights. No, I think I sold it at fucking what do you call it? Cash converters.
Oh wow.
Something similar. In the city, traffic jam. In the city.
Are you listening to that?
No retreat. No surrender.
Pardon?
Are you listening to it?
Yeah.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
What?
You watching, Pabalimo?
No, I'm listening to this reggae, dude. It was a red light, green light, yellow light. It's a fucking cool jam, dude. Papa, beep beep, beep.
This will sting. Your defense is nothing.
Is my right to strike?
But dude, did you check out that other album, man? Lunar Funeral is the band's name.
You watching, Pabalimo?
I'm gonna send the link again in music.
Leave this to me.
'Tis my right to strike.
Check it out, dude. I'm really enjoying this vibe, man. It looks all like this wannabe thrash metal doom kind of fucking thing, you know, on the album art, but the music is contradictory to the album art.
No retreat. No surrender.
It's kind of like a rockabilly, blues, rock and roll kind of fucking vibe, dude. It's very cool, man.
Your defense is lacking.
Oh, if you don't mind, I can. What are you listening to on music?
It's all over now.
Pardon?
Just link it in general.
Well, okay, cool. There you go. Yeah, dude, it looks like it will sound shitty, you know, like a kind of garage band. But honestly, I was really blown away, dude. It's lack of fucking tunes, but dude.
Leave this to me.
Tis my right to strike.
Sounds like something that needs to play in a Tarantino movie, you know?
No retreat. No surrender.
Fucking nice, dude.
I have you. Look upon a samurai of Dhamma!
It's all over now. An opening.
With soul and steel!
You watching, Pabalimo? Leave this to me.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega's sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing? suppose not. All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do. The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
What are you busy with?
Oh my god, this is amazing. I just watched a giant Magitech beetle defeats like massive fucking dragon primal. It's crazy. And they literally had like a Dragon Ball Z energy beam fight. Fucking this is brilliant. It's too good.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, man.
Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalymo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Dude, this is hilarious, man. Dude, these deepfakes are so good. Like on this site you can pay celebrities to say shit. Like, per se it's your birthday, then I can pay a celebrity to like record something and tell you know. Have you ever seen those services? Grim, dude.
What? Sorry?
Have you ever seen those services where you can get actors or famous people to like say you have a message for someone, then you pay them an X amount, they record the message, and then you know your message, and then they send it back. Are you familiar with services like that?
No.
But in any case, they've got these deep fakes, right? You familiar with what deep fakes are?
No.
So it's basically they edit someone's face and they make the voice sound exactly like that person, and then it seems like it's that person saying the shit, but it's really not that. It's a computer generated image that sounds and looks like that person. They call it deep fakes. So there's this one of Donald Trump, right? It's fucking hilarious, dude, but it's expensive. It's fucking expensive, dude. It's 238. Dude, I'm gonna send you a link. Just scroll down and then you check it out. How fucking well done these deepfakes are done, dude. It's also gonna pop it in general, dude. And this is all computer generated, dude. Like where Donald Trump, you know, in air quotes, are talking. It's fucking well done, dude, and it's chuckle worthy. So if you've got like almost 3,000 rand to splash and you just want to fuck around with someone, yeah, you can get that service.
Yeah, my kid got a PlayStation 3, so I'm buying him like Sonic and like a bunch of like Sonic racing games and shit.
That's cool, man. That's very cool of you, man. Yeah, let him grow up as a gamer.
He needs to learn how to... 2.5 years old. Him start training.
want to play something, but I don't know what I'm keen for, dude. I'm fucking... Play some Hearthstone. Well, I think...
Okay. I know what I'm eating today. What were you saying?
Say again?
What did you say?
No, I didn't say anything now, dude.
Oh.
I'm busy placing ads and shit.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbird's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
Fuck, I love this song.
Inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
Oh my fuck, really? Alright, I will go and play Hearthstone then.
Are you playing Hearthstone? Or are you gonna play some Hearthstone?
I'm gonna play some Hearthstone because I just bought the expansion for Final Fantasy and it's like an extra 18 gigs, so it's gonna take like 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, at least you don't have the shitty fucking internet bullet hours.
Yo, dude, that's... I don't know. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it anymore. It's just like one of those things we know now. Fuck, dude. Like, if he complains about it, I'm just gonna tell him to shut the fuck up. Like, you're not doing anything about it, so just shut up, dude. You're actually stealing your own fucking internet. I can't believe he took his own fucking cables. They were probably installing them, dude. Some dumb shit. You know, if he had taken all of it, he could have then like gone to OpenServe and been like, look, You see, the nearest like fiber post is over there. I've got this amount of meters of cable. I'm willing to sponsor it to set up fiber for my area.
Yeah, dude, I'll make so much fucking effort, dude.
Yeah.
If I know I'm in such a predicament that I can't move, I'm stuck there at that premises. Like, dude, I'll go far and beyond my fucking Call of Duty to get my shit done, dude.
My family owns a wedding venue right there next to him. But like one of the richest places, you will look up. Fuck, I'll send you a link. But they have fucking fiber. They're right there, dude. So I don't know. He's like,
yeah, I don't know, dude.
He's a little bit down the road in the bush. So like, what, they have to set up like 2 more poles and he has internet. Like pay them the installation fee then, which is what, like 3,000 rand, and they'll fucking do that then. Check, this is my family's 5-star, literally 5-star wedding venue. Why doesn't it open that? I guess they don't have a miniature tab.
Hello there, it's your favorite president here. It really is a huge honor for you to have a message from me to you right now, to let you know I'm now doing messages on Memo. It's tremendous, it's fantastic. If you want a birthday, any occasion, I'd love to do a video personal message just for you.
I save this image
Wedding,
now.
I love weddings. I got married 3 times, believe me. It's fantastic, so I love weddings. Even if you're a liberal, a Democrat, it doesn't matter. I will do a message for all the bad people as well as all the tremendous people that love me. It'll be fantastic. We're going to make occasions great again. Believe me.
It's not him though.
Let me quickly check the edit.
What?
No, I'm gonna check it out now, but it's busy loading.
Oh, cool.
Fuck, a 5-star, dude. Nice. I know, it's difficult to get a fucking 5-star rating, dude. It's not like, oh yeah, I'm opening a place, it's a 5-star. There's so much fucking
dude, we charge
things to look for, dude.
We charge like 80 grand or like 80 grand plus for like each
to rent the venue.
Yeah.
Yeah, then it's fucking upper class, dude.
Yeah. Family's smart, dude.
Yeah, at least, dude. They're not a bunch of commoners, peasants.
But you check now, that place has internet, and that is where Matthew lives.
So what? I don't know what the fuck is his story, dude. Nah, he just wants to fucking.
Wait, actually, I'm gonna like tag him in it and be like, hey, they have internet. After I've played this card game.
There is so much untapped power in this world.
Such a face!
What adventure are you up to today? Plague lands. Wash your hands.
Wait to read this.
This is not what we stood for.
I know a soul when I smell it.
Well played.
Servants of the Black Harvest!
What do you mean, play?
The light dims, but we fight.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah.
Haven't heard of me?
Yeah.
My sincerest
This is not what we stood for.
Oh, hey, bra. Hello.
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Back in Silver Knight.
Oh, fuck, wag, weet jy wat? Ek is hier op Discord ook. Ek sien op WhatsApp call. I'll be right back, dude.
Well played. And the cycle of life is reborn anew.
Reporting for duty.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
That was a good one. He was like, oh fuck, I just give up. Straight up. Fuck this shit.
Liadrin versus Illidan.
The Legion's rage pales before mine.
My blade burns with holy fire. My sincerest thanks.
We hunger for vengeance.
Reporting for duty.
This!
Well played.
What adventure are you up to today? Plague lands. Wash your hands.
I see.
Aim for the weakles.
Reporting for duty. Job done. This is not what we stood for. Job's done. Reporting for duty.
Rotten to the core.
My sincerest thanks.
Reporting for duty.
fight me, you get burned. Turn it up.
Well played.
This is not what we stood for.
With a cherry on top.
Well played.
Fuck, I'm a knob, dude. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, dude, because I've been talking to you and I forgot I went off of fucking the server when I spoke to my friend on WhatsApp. Okay, so those ads are placed.
I didn't ditch class to get second place. Make it double.
Fuck it.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
That's my name.
But now? Who are you
No,
talking
a
to?
message from...
It's about
Dude
time.
said my
Pray
name.
summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available? Look, I know I've kept things from you, and I'm sorry, I really am. But that's all over now, I swear, and it'd mean a lot to me, having you at my side.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom had.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations. Ready, my friend? Well then. Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon...
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you...
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Hello. Become ungovernable. Oh, this is hilarious, dude.
I remember the old stories. How the breaker of worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place and a fitting home for the resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us then, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
Yeah, this is fucking... They're crazy, dude. These guys are fucking actual pranksters, dude. Okay, well, they're fucking rough, but dude, it's so funny, man. It's a bunch of capies, bro. No fucks given.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalimo at great risk to yourselves.
Oh, this is great, man.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. It was the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Ah, don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalimo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands.
Dude, this is so entertaining.
We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolger it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Captain. Take all the time you require.
Oh, this is good, dude. Just this guy. He's so nonchalant about this stuff. He's like, what fucking place is this even? La Colombi restaurant in Cape Town. Okay. What even the fuck is the website, dude? They don't have pricing on their food. This is how exclusive this fucking restaurant is. What the fuck? Yes. Wow, dude. Look at this place. Dude, if you take someone to this place, you there, dude?
Yeah.
Check this out. I'm gonna share it in. This is a restaurant where you take people to go eat. That uncle of mine, I'm like, yeah, how's it going? Long time, you know. He's like, nah, he just had an 8-course meal there. Like fucking.
It looks cool.
Dude, this is, as I said, like, look at the menu, dude. There's no real menu. They show off, it's like artworks and, oh, dude. Jesus, this place is classy. Yo, man, fuck. Yo, he tells me like... What? Oh, nice.
Parmesan armor. go.
I have an object that weighs 15 kilograms and I can lift it up 1 meter, which I have done now.
Hello?
It means I've done work. MGH is the work I have done, believe me. I've increased the potential energy of this object. 15 times 10 is about 150 joules. If I let it fall, then that will be converted to kinetic energy.
Come here there, dude.
If I would let it swing...
What are you up to, dude?
From 1 meter height, and you would be there and it would hit you, you'd be dead.
Sounds about right.
150 joules is enough to kill you. They use these devices, called a wrecker ball. They use them to demolish buildings. You lift up a very heavy object, even heavier than this, and then you let it go, you swing it, thereby converting gravitational potential energy into kinetic energy, and that way you can demolish a building. You just let it hit, and it breaks a building. And that's the whole idea of wrecking. So you are using then the conversion of gravitational potential energy to kinetic energy. Now, I am such a strong believer of the conservation of mechanical energy that I am willing to put my life on the line. If I release that bob from a certain height, then that bob can never come back to a point where the height is any larger. If I release it from this height and it swings, then when it reaches here, it could not be higher. There is a conversion from gravitational potential energy to kinetic energy back to gravitational potential energy, and it will come to a stop here. And when it swings back, it should not be able to reach any higher, provided that
Geen
I do
om
not
om
give
te
this
betalen nie.
object
Ek wil nie
an
cheap
initial
wees nie. Ek
speed
wil
when I
net
stand
seker maak sy wil nie my hare sny nie.
I trust the conservation of mechanical energy for 100%. I may not trust myself. I'm going to release this object, and I hope I will be able to do it at 0 speed, so that when it comes back, it may touch my chin, but it may not crush my chin. I want you to be extremely quiet, because this is no joke. If I don't succeed in giving it 0 speed, then this will be my last lecture. I will close my eyes. I don't want to see this. So please be very quiet. I almost didn't sleep all night. 3, 2, 1, 0. Physics works, and I'm still alive. Take your seats. Take your seats, please. My lecture will be about 40 minutes, and after that, I will give anyone the opportunity to ask me questions for about 15 or 20 minutes, so the whole thing will be 1 hour. And it is after that hour that we will do book signing. You can buy the books there if you want to, and I'll sign them here. We'll get back to that later. If you have a pendulum, this is a pendulum, mass m, length L, then you can derive, which I do in class, but I won't bore you with that, you can derive how long it takes for the pendulum to make one complete oscillation. And we call that the period of the pendulum. And I derive in class that that period equals 2 pi times the square root of L over G. You already know what L is. If you don't know what pi is, you might as well leave right now.
Hi, it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Welcome to Starbase, Texas. This is where SpaceX is building, testing, and even launching their Mars-bound rocket, Starship. Today I'm going to take you inside the gates and show you things that have never been shared outside of SpaceX. Best of all, we have the ultimate tour guide, Elon Musk, who answers all of my questions and gives us unbelievable insights to the rocket's development. We talked and walked around for over 2 hours, so I'll be cutting this up into 3 parts. The first 2 are at the Starbase factory, and the last one is at the launch pad. Each section has a gold mine of valuable information, so make sure you're subscribed, you've got your notifications on, and you've got your notepads ready to jot some notes. Now, heads up, we talk about some pretty advanced concepts and subject matter that can be pretty intimidating on first listen, but don't worry, I've got you covered with lots of informational videos here on my channel. So perhaps if you're new to Starship, or really all of this stuff, consider watching my complete guide to Starship. That'll be a really good overview for you for some of the things that we talk about here in this conversation. And I'll also be linking to some of my other videos that will help out with some of the stuff that we talk about as well. Now you might notice we mentioned
the camera, follow the camera, and then somebody else with the camera.
It's just camera envy at this point. He's just trying to, he saw me with this and he's like, listen.
I'll get my camera out.
Yeah, you take a video of me.
I can take a video of this, of you guys taking
then
a video.
Then you get over, make sure this is going through there. Okay. Just shoot the screen the whole time. Okay. I don't want anything else.
All right, so this is, okay, so I'm being videoed here, and then the video of the video. And this is the video of the video of the video.
Go back there.
Okay.
So I feel like I got here maybe at about the most exciting peak of insanity.
It's definitely a very exciting time because we are in a kind of a final push to complete the launch system, stage 0 essentially, and it's worth saying that the launch system, the tower, and the chopstick arms to catch the rocket are as complex as either of the stages.
Really?
So, yeah, absolutely. If not more. Like we could produce boosters and ships way easier than we could make the launch site. So therefore, I'd say it is harder certainly than any single booster or ship. Yeah.
Well, I think that's one of those things people don't even realize is the manufacturing out here. That's kind of one of those things that you harp on so much is how, how that's so important, and that's in the long scheme the hardest part of all this is just the manufacturing.
Generally, manufacturing is underrated and design is overrated. So people generally think that there's this eureka moment of you come up with this idea and that's it. Now it's good, but the design, there's literally 1,000%, maybe 10,000% more work that goes into the production system than the thing itself. So say how much effort have we put into, say, designing cost per ton to orbit to the point where we can afford to become a spacefaring civilization and a multi-planet species.
Right.
So this is, at its heart, it is fundamentally an optimization of cost per ton to orbit and then ultimately cost per ton to the surface of Mars.
Right. Well, and if you're working on getting the cost, even when you're starting to think of it as dollar per ton of thrust, I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever considered that as a key metric.
Yeah.
That's a new thing that I've never thought about, never considered.
Yeah.
Well, and then even Raptor is kind of unique because now you're starting to also think about the instead of thrust to weight ratio, when you have a fixed diameter and a fixed circle area, you're also worried about the nozzle exit to thrust ratio as being a pretty strong consideration too.
Yeah, you basically end up filling up all the area under the rocket. So with this version, we have 29 engines. Sure, there's a lot of beeping.
Yeah.
I'm not sure having this many things beep is actually helpful.
Right. Sensory overload.
Yeah, it's like everything around you is crying wolf.
If everything's in danger,
you just gotta tune it out. Yeah, exactly. So it's pretty silly, but.
So this is the nose of booster 4.
Yeah, this is basically that's the interstage and the fuel tank of booster 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are the little? So obviously those are where the grid fins go, right?
Yeah.
And then what's the thing in between them?
That's actually the mount point. So there are two. It's debatable whether this is the right design or not. In fact, it's all designs are wrong, just a matter of how wrong. But that's one of the load points for picking up the booster. So that thing that you see, it's this tiny little. It looks small.
Yeah, it looks like a.
But it's actually not that small at close up. This thing's just high in the air. All your sense of perspective is wrong.
Yeah.
And when this lands, it has basically the density of a beer can.
Right.
An empty beer can.
Right. What is the dry mass?
With some mass, in the engines, obviously.
What is the dry mass? Are you under 200 tons for booster?
We should be under 200 tons. The mass is a moving target, so you don't have to say what are your propellant residuals when you land. That's a big deal. Both how much margin will you have and what's your unusable propellant. You can't just go to zero margin, Right. Because the thing's gonna crater.
Yeah.
So it should be under 200 tons though. So. But as a rough rule of thumb, the engines, including mounting mass, are roughly 2 tons. So you've got 29 engines at 58 tons. Then the sort of the fuel tank itself and the oxygen tank is probably on the order of well, it's a little heavy right now, so maybe it's 80 tons or so. Then you got the inner stage where you've got the grid fins, batteries, and a bunch of other things.
Yep.
So that's maybe around 20 tons, and then you got propellant residuals, which might be on the order of 20 tons too.
Okay.
So all that should come to, I don't know, call it 160 to 200 tons, depending on the sort of final mass numbers. But like right.
Look at that. Man, that thing is huge.
Yeah, that's why I said it's like a
dinosaur bear trap.
Dinosaur bear trap.
Oh wait, that'd be just a dinosaur trap, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's a dinosaur trap.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I mean, this thing could catch a T-Rex.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. And of course, it's got the serrated teeth, which help in the transonic regimes, right?
Yeah.
Is there any other reason for the teeth other than that?
No, it's just well, it actually helps in transonic and subsonic, but yeah, it's the effectiveness is better if you got a pointy, if it's more pointy, basically. There is a limit to its pointiness. Sorry. Hey, Marvin. So, yeah, exactly. It's crushed under a bear.
Wow. So how heavy are these guys?
Man, these are. I shudder to think. Actually, I don't know the number offhand, but probably at least 3 tons. I'm guessing. It's eyeballing it. And this is not. This is why, like, when I say it's like a moving target, this is not the. Like, I wouldn't take this to the bank. Like, it's not. You know, there's quite a lot of mass we can get out of this.
Right. Yours is just good enough for now. Like that's.
Yeah, it's good enough for now. But like, you know, we basically just need like.
2 Raptor the other day. What we've seen so far, are those version 2 yet, or not? Like the green nozzles, or those aren't version 2 yet, right? Have you started making version 2?
We've made parts of version 2. Okay. So we're going to make the thrust chamber assembly. We've made the thrust chamber assembly, and we have, I think, pretty much finished the design of the pumps. We're going to make the pumps. So hopefully we'll have, I don't know, Raptor 2. You know, in about a month we might be testing the first one.
Okay.
So.
And will that be? You said so you're going to be kind of producing stuff. Or the prototypes are kind of going to be always in Hawthorne, then eventually you're going to be moving mass production to solidifying a little more today.
Yeah, it was cool. Geo is a staunch defender of good contracting.
Can we head over and check out the mock-up there? Because there's still a lot that we don't know about HLS, publicly at least. I assume that you know a decent amount more.
I don't know if I do, but...
Well, first off, I guess the most obvious one that I'm excited about is those thrusters.
Oh, yes.
At the top.
Okay, so, yeah, so the thrusters are a good example of running that algorithm I just mentioned, laboriously mentioned, which is a question the requirements, make the requirements less dumb, delete the part.
Yep.
So, when looking at what does the booster actually need to do with stage separation, if you put rotation into the stack before you turn off the main engines, so they're both rotating. They're going to rotate.
Which way? Sorry, like pitching and yaw.
Yeah. So like you got the integrated stack.
Yep.
We do this with
Starlink.
With Starlink.
Yes.
So we rotate the stage.
Okay.
And
it kind of flings it out.
Yes, but they basically have different amounts of inertia. It's initially rotational, moving to linear inertia. So they basically move at different rates. So if you rotate the thing, depending on where you are, you will move at a different speed.
Yep.
And so it automatically separates if you rotate and then separates. So there's no actual separation mechanism for the Starlink satellites, and they technically can bump into each other, and occasionally do. But if they bump into each other at like 1 mile an hour, it doesn't matter.
Right.
So they just bounce off each other.
And they already made it through the pretty harsh environments of launch.
Yeah, it's fine. So, but like I'm pretty sure this might be the only we were like literally tossing 60 satellites off with like a bundle of hay, like
yeah,
dumping the rods that hold them down.
Yep.
Like a hay bale and just flinging them.
Just flinging.
And it's fine. They just separate, boot up, and go to their position. So. Anyway, so if you go to stage step, and instead of asking the attitude control thrusters, the reaction control thrusters to do the booster rotation, which is a lot of force, you have the main engines initiate a rotation.
Yep.
Now this is quite complex space ballet because everything's got to happen in just the right way. But you basically initiate the rotation of the stack, stop the main engines. Then the two will actually separate by themselves.
Yeah.
And you need like a little bit of. We have like cold gas ACS or reaction control system. It's like depending on who you ask, it's a reaction control system or an attitude control system.
Right.
It's basically like small maneuvering thrusters.
Yep.
So you fire those on the ship. That gives you a little bit of maneuvering, and then on the booster we actually have quite a lot of ullage gas. Like basically you've got a lot of hot gaseous oxygen and hot methane, which actually have, if you've got a big enough area, it's got decent thrust and vacuum.
The
vents.
Yeah, just
the thing
literally
you use to vent the stage.
Yeah, so not in a separate hot gas bottle, but literally like the ullage of the main tanks.
Yes.
Okay.
So just use the ullage as your thrusters, and just control the orientation of the venting, so it is not just venting out sideways, but it is venting in a direction that is useful.
Work.
So, which can be sideways sometimes. Anyway, we've got like basically a lot of gas in this thing, and which we would have to actually just vent to vacuum anyway, because it's got too much gas.
Yep.
And that's just extra mass that you don't need.
Right.
So, so if you've got basically enough control authority because of the kicking the whole stack over before main engine cutoff, plus using the ullage gas to vent, then you don't need a separate hot gas thruster system. You don't even need a cold gas thruster system. You already have hot gas.
For the booster, right?
Only question the requirements, delete the part.
Yes. But this is only for the booster, right?
Yes. Although arguably, now you mention it, we might be wise to do this for the ship too.
How can you have? You'd think that because
at least mostly.
Because the tanks are what, 6 or 8 bar or something? The main tanks.
Yeah, they'll be like six-ish bar.
Okay, and so wouldn't those be pretty low pressure, low ISP gas thrusters if you're only doing the gas from there? Or is there some trick you can do to?
No, in vacuum, you don't it's different in atmosphere. So, like 6 bar in vacuum is actually decent. Like it's like common to have thrusters, in-space thrusters that are, let's say 8 bar. Like the Draco thrusters for that maneuver Dragon are operating around chamber pressure of around 8 or 9 bar.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
You don't need like Dragon's still in PSI, so it's like 120 to 130 PSI. Technically, it's a pressure pulse, but it's so 120 PSI is like roughly 8 bar ish, maybe 8.5 bar. So it's not that far from the tank pressure.
Right. So you don't even need to store the gas in an even higher, like in a bottle that's at like 200 bar or something. You don't even need to do that to operate RCS.
No. If you've got hot gas, first of all, we really want the ullage gas to be as hot as possible, up to the point where it is impacting the the strength of the hull. Like we don't want to soften the metal so much that it pops, basically.
Right.
The hotter the gas is, the higher the ISP. So having hot gas is good, and it's already there, and you already have the pressure vessel,
right.
And you're going to chuck it away anyway.
Yeah.
So obviously just use it as additive to control.
So
like obviously. Now initially you can't do this with the ship because everything's cryo. But once the ship is mostly empty and it's delivered to orbit, it also is in the same situation with a lot of hot gas.
Yeah.
So actually we should really be, the vast majority of our maneuvering should be with the hot gas that's in the ship. We're going to fix that.
Jeez. Okay, so the thrusters on HLS that are going to be around the ring, the renders showed like 24 or something. Of like, the landing.
Oh, those are different. That's for landing on the moon.
Okay, yeah. Are those pressure fed? Like, what are those? Do you have a name for them yet or anything?
Let's just say like this is the tentative design right now, but with the agreement of NASA, I think we may see that design evolve. Okay. And it may be better actually. Then right. So. A big question here is like, can you land on the moon with the main engines, or do you need a separate thruster system that's way up there? Like basically, if you land with the main engine, are you going to dig a big ditch in the moon and then fall over because you landed in a ditch that you dug?
And you shot bullets.
It's like literally dig your own grave.
Yeah.
That would be obviously bad, you know.
Right.
So we don't want to dig our own grave and then fall in it.
Right.
But more analysis is like I think we could probably land with the main engine and not dig a grave and die in it, but we would have to prove that. Get something that's like I don't know the consistency of like lunar regolith and like something that's like a good
analog
of that, and then like land a ship in that and see how big is the hole that we dig. If you've got low pressure engines that are high up, naturally you're gonna have you're not gonna dig a hole basically.
Right.
So that's kind of like the sure thing. But I think if we can prove that the main engines do not dig a giant hole, then we could land with the main engines and then not have
any of those.
Yeah.
The ring.
Yeah.
What about the? Are you gonna have any sea level Raptors on the lunar variant, or will you only have vacuum optimized? Because I assume like on a normal starship, even at stage separation, you'll probably light all 6 at first just to minimize gravity loss or something, right? So you'll still fire all 6, then probably shut down the sea levels and let the vacuum optimize, like they probably do what, like half the second stage burn time or something with sea level, or have you?
So the vacuum engines don't gimbal.
Yep.
So you'd have to have something to provide the control authority. I mean, technically you could say like, well, if you're in a low disturbance situation, like the moon has no atmosphere.
Right.
Man, this is Beeping City.
Wanna move on?
Yeah. So if you're not facing like a lot of atmospheric disturbances, then you need much less control authority, and you could probably land with 3 just by differential throttling of 3 engines.
Yep.
But if you lost any of the engines, you'd be toast.
Yep.
So probably makes sense to probably keep the same config,
Or like you could even just have one in the middle that would offer, a decent amount of gimbal authority and all that.
It depends on how much optimization we're aiming for here.
Right. Because you're only probably gonna make one of these things, right? Or are you planning on is NASA wanting multiple, or, oh my word. So by the way, I think there's a good chance that ITAR and comms might not want all of this. Wait until you see part 2. It is unbelievable. And I promise I'm going to get it to you as soon as I can. Thank you, Elon, for spending so much time with me and allowing me to ask all of the questions I had. It was amazing. And thanks to the teams at Space. Hi, it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Welcome to part 2 of my tour of SpaceX's Starbase factory with the ultimate tour guide, Elon Musk. If you haven't watched part 1, you obviously need to watch that because there's just gobs of information. And in this part, we're actually going to go inside the 3 main assembly tents, which is incredible. And just like last time, we have a map that will occasionally pop up, courtesy of Ring Watchers on Twitter, that'll help you understand where exactly we are in the factory. We also have the YouTube play bar broken up into certain sections. We have links to those sections below too. And we have an article up on our website that has some key points and takeaways of this conversation. The link in the description is below for that at everydayastronaut.com. All right, let's go check out some Raptor engines. So, by the way, I think there's a good chance that ITAR and comms might not want all
yeah,
this.
just like, you know, it just can't be any more than people are already getting from telephoto lenses.
That's which is pretty much everything.
And frankly, if some fool wants to copy this design, go for it. I mean, Raptor 2 is a giant improvement over this. So,
what's like the big simplifications you're hoping to have?
Oh, maybe I shouldn't tell you all the secrets. We have like funny things on the good Pikachu over there.
I love that.
Hello again.
Hello again. So that probably, I assume that means it's flown? Is that a flown one?
I don't know if this one's been flown.
Jeez. This really does look like that thing with all the NK-33s. You know, those videos
yeah, exactly.
of
like the engines discovered from engines that came back from the cold.
Yes, it seriously literally looks like that. This is insane. And the man, that Raptor is big. Jeez.
Yeah, I won't tell you all the secrets, but just like you'll be able to see the difference very clearly.
Okay.
And I guess since the engines are, it's hard to have people not see them.
Yeah.
They will. You will. It's the. Raptor 2 is visibly cleaner than Raptor 1. Like it's this sort of maze of plumbing and wiring doesn't exist on Raptor 2.
Although it's already slimmed down a ton from like
it used to look like a friggin' Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't even see the engine for all the stuff that was around it.
No, you really couldn't. And now it's like, especially around the turbines and stuff and the pre-burners, I mean that used to be a whole. There's sensors every 2 millimeters.
Yes.
So RapVac or RaptorVac has its own regen channel on the extension, it looks like.
Yeah, that's a steel tube wall, braised steel tube wall.
That looks great. And it has a different profile too. That actually looks like the initial exit. Is there a different throat in it and everything, or is it?
Throat's the same.
Throat's the same.
It's just the part after the throat that's the diverging section has a different angle. It's basically it's following a route contour for a higher expansion ratio.
Yeah, yeah. What is expansion ratio again? Is it like 150 or something?
No. Man, I think we're, so this is actually, I think we're around 80-ish.
Oh, okay.
But we want to do a little bit better, maybe 90.
Because you're already getting like 380 ISP out of that thing, aren't you? Or I mean, sorry, yeah, 380.
380 is the aspirational number.
Okay.
But we should be. We think we'll get like 377 or 378.
Okay.
So,
okay. And how are those coming along? It looks like obviously you've got a third one here. You've obviously made at least 3.
Yeah.
And obviously S20 is going to have 3.
Yes.
Yes.
So.
Jeez.
But for Raptor, all engines will have the same pumps and thrust chamber assembly. So it's really just they'll be only one one variant that has a big nozzle and one variant that doesn't have thrust vector control actuators.
Okay. Okay. So that's going to be the difference between the R boost and the.
Yeah, I mean it's basically the same engine minus TVC.
Gotcha. So the outer shells that you're working on for the GSE are 12 meters.
So there's a Raptor without the stuff. Looks practically naked.
You're like, actually, that's secretly version 2. It's super simple. No.
Version 2 will look a bit like that, actually.
Really?
It's very tight.
Really? I mean, again, kind of when you look at some of those Soviet engines, they were also like incredibly simple looking. I'm guessing they just obviously didn't have them wired to the gills with electronics though either, you know?
They simply did, back in those days, they did not have good electronics.
Right.
So there's nothing to...
There's nothing to wire
yeah.
up. Yeah. Is how much like, I feel like you iterate this quite a bit and remind people that it's failure kind of is an option. Why do you think people are so afraid to fail, and why do you embrace it, or how do you teach that culture even that it's okay when you're not even trying to like, you know, SN8 is a perfect example. You weren't trying to like do a mission, you're just trying to get data out of the thing.
Yeah. We have just a fundamentally different optimization for Starship versus, say, like the polar extreme would be Dragon. Like Dragon, there can be no failures ever. Everything's got to be tested to, you know, 6 ways to Sunday. There has to be tons of margin. There can never be a failure ever for any reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
So there cannot be, we can't be, so that's like extreme conservatism. Then Falcon is a little less conservative. It is possible for us to have, say, a failure of the booster on landing. That's not the end of the world.
Right.
And then for Starships is like the polar opposite of Dragon. We're iterating rapidly in order to create the first ever fully reusable rocket, orbital rocket. And fully and rapidly reusable. Reusable in a way that is like an aircraft. So rapidly reusable rockets.
It's a big deal.
Yeah. That's the fundamental holy grail for making life multiplanetary.
Where do you think the space shuttle failed in being, in any, definitely rapidly would be a word you got to scratch off the list. And refurbishable might
definitely
be a better
not
word.
rapid.
But where do you think it failed, and where do you think, well, like, what lessons have you learned that you know you're not going to be making on Starship?
The space shuttle had almost no room for iteration because there were people on board. So you can be blowing up shuttles.
Yeah.
So that's a big problem.
Yeah. Well, they did very, very little iteration. I mean, yeah, like
very little. In fact, lack of iteration was the problem.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the issues they were aware of, but people were too afraid to make change.
It's design froze.
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, I mean, there was risk-reward asymmetry. So, big punishment for if you make a change and something goes wrong, big punishment. If you make a change and it goes right, small reward.
Yep.
So, the issues with the O-ring and then with the insulation coming off and hitting the wing were, they'd seen this before.
Yeah, they were known.
There are known issues.
Yeah.
So, but because it had worked before, they're like, well, it worked before. Russian roulette works before.
Right.
So, look, I've pulled the trigger so many times. It must be no bullets.
It must be no problem.
Yeah. So, anyway, it's just it's hard to iterate though when people aren't on every mission. So, you can't just be blowing stuff up because you're going to kill people. Starship does not have anyone on board, so we can blow things up.
Yep.
That's really helpful.
Do you have any considerations yet on any kind of launch escape, or are you just hoping that by the time you put people on it, you've flown it, say 100 to 200 times, and you're familiar with all the failure modes, and you've mitigated it to a high degree of confidence, or what's your...
Launch escape, I think, is, you basically just need to fly a lot and have a lot of redundancy. So if you lose an engine on the booster, it doesn't matter, basically. If you lose multiple engines, it shouldn't matter. And you should be able to lose an engine on the ship, everything's okay. Because launch escape is basically just protecting you for the ascent phase. And actually most launch escape systems only protect you for a small part of the ascent phase, because the typical launch escape system is a solid rocket motor on the tip of the capsule.
Yep.
Which then has to be
jettisoned.
It has to be jettisoned on every mission. So if it's not jettisoned, the crew dies.
That's a failure mode right there.
That's a failure mode.
Yeah.
So you have a state change post liftoff, which is bad. Then because the damn thing's so heavy, they also can't carry it all the way to orbit. So they'll typically jettison the escape system shortly after second stage ignition.
Yep.
Or final stage ignition.
Yeah.
So then you don't have escape all the way to orbit even. Now, at least with Dragon, we have escape all the way to orbit. So that's like, I think, safety improvement.
Yeah.
But then you know, there's no escape system coming back to Earth. Like, that doesn't exist.
Right.
And then you can't have an escape system on the Moon or on Mars.
Or on Mars, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, you can't have something pop off and then have chutes drop. There's no atmosphere.
Right.
And then Mars has a very low density atmosphere, so it'll just like hit the ground supersonic, you know?
Right.
They're not gonna save you. So the ship has to be safe enough for people without an escape system.
Right.
Because otherwise you can't go to the Moon, can't go to Mars.
Right.
So
you
kind of
might as
pointless to do it on Earth.
Well, it
just fly it a lot.
Right, and that, I mean, I never really thought about that. That, you know, you're going to be, you're going to be flying so much without fear of retribution of failure. That, unlike the shuttle, like you mentioned, I just never really considered that. You know?
Yeah.
So let's see. What is? Oh, those are the vacuum mounts, aren't they?
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, this is stuff like very much version 1. So
yep.
It could be. It'll be a lot better with the next iteration.
Well, a lot of people ask me, you know, like, hey, I want to start a YouTube video. Where do I start? And I'll be like, start. You just have to start. And I kind of feel like this is a similar philosophy. It's like, you're not going to know what's wrong or how to make it better until you do it at least once anyway, you know? And you just simply have to start. You have to force yourself to start.
I shall see that the Alliance is under
and then,
apprehensions as to your position.
Yeah, that's that you improve from there.
Much obliged.
Exactly.
But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died of the war.
Are you pretty used to the heat? I feel like it's pretty hot out here.
It is hot. I mean, this is the worst. This is like summer, you know. So
right.
That's just like the worst of it.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. If you think like, just pretend you're in Hawaii.
Right. There you go.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be
So speaking of shuttle,
I mean, I think it's a cool view.
Oh, it's a really cool view. Oh, and thermal protection. It seems like you guys have made some. I mean, it looks like S20 is going to be pretty well decked out in the stuff. How are you feeling about the thermal protection system? You feel like that's a pretty good solution?
Very well.
We'll find out.
I, for my part, shall return to the rising
Have they been holding up pretty good, at least on the low altitude stuff, as far as the mounting points and stuff like that?
It hasn't pulled. I mean, it's still there. I mean, you can see the videos.
Yeah.
It takes off with the tiles and it lands with the tiles.
Yep.
And
Is there anything else we can do to help?
we have, I think, a good attach mechanism, which it seems like a good attach mechanism, because it allows, it's just mechanically attached with some play in the tiles, so the tile can move a little bit.
Understood.
It's quite a tricky thing with the tiles, because the tiles are essentially a ceramic.
Right.
And they're attached to a metal substructure that is changing in temperature dramatically. So it'll be, room temperature right now, then it'll drop to cryo temperature when it's loaded with cryogenic propellants. Then it will be heated up with hot ullage gas. So now it'll be way above room temperature. Then it'll cool down. Then the tiles themselves will get hot on re-entry, and they also have some expansion.
Yep.
So there's a lot of expanding and contracting going on all over the place. So I think one of the big questions is, are these tiles, are we going to have a crack or a gap in the tiles? Like if they bang into each other, the ceramics, like a coffee cup is ceramic. So if you bang two coffee cups together, it's usually bad.
Not good, yeah.
So if we, if the tiles bang each other and crack, this could result in a failure on entry. So I think there's like a huge question of like, when we get the ship to orbit, how is it able to make it back through Earth's atmosphere? Because it's coming like a meteor.
Right.
It's like blazing hot meteor. And will the heat shield stand up to it, or if there's any crack in the armor, it's toast.
Yeah, yeah.
So hopefully we at least find out where the crack in the armor is.
Right,
that would be great.
And then if you have to, you can make some thicker or smaller, iterate to that degree of where you find those failures again.
Yes.
How will you know? Like, what if something just goes? What if the first orbital attempt just goes totally, doesn't even make it in for re-entry? It's just a million pieces at the bottom of the ocean. How will you know where it failed?
I mean, we have temperature sensors.
Nice.
We'll probably need like some thermal images inside the tanks. So just like IR cameras.
So you can see if a certain section is getting real hot.
Yeah, IR cameras on the inside will show you what the backside temperature is.
Yeah, yeah. Let you know if a leak
like it's only going to pop if the backside temperature, like it was, frankly, I'm not sure, I take it back. If you just have a camera,
you'll know.
Visual,
yeah,
you'll see is something glowing white hot. Okay, that's bad.
Yeah,
that's the bad part right there. So you don't even need a thermal imager, frankly.
Yeah.
The steel will glow white hot before it melts.
Right.
So
you'll know.
You'll know. It's not subtle.
And the very first orbital test, again, it kind of seems like, are you guys, there's been a lot of debate of like, is it going to orbit and deorbiting, or is it just orbital velocity with a low perigee that's inside the atmosphere, and that's how it'll deorbit? Like, will it?
No, it's getting to orbital velocity, but but it's not circularizing its perigee.
Yes.
So it basically goes like 3/4 of the way around the Earth, but because we didn't raise the perigee, the atmospheric drag will pull it in.
Yep. And the velocity will probably be greater. Re-entry velocity will be greater that way, or similar.
Similar.
Yeah.
It's not a huge difference. But it basically it could easily, like, if you just puffed like the attitude control thrusters or like the ullage gas alone could put it into orbit. So like raising perigee slightly is easy.
Yeah.
It's like remarkably easy. So you just want to raise it like a little bit.
Are you hoping to actually recover the first one, or like try to even land, or any? I mean, is it going to try to fire
Our goal with
its
the first one
engines?
is for the first orbital launch. Our goal is to make it to orbit without blowing up.
Yeah,
that's our goal.
Yep.
And frankly, if the booster even does its job and something goes wrong with the ship, I would still count that as good progress.
Yeah.
Like basically, actually, to be totally frank, if it takes off without blowing up the stand, stage 0, which is much harder to replace than the booster, that would be a victory. Please do not blow up on the stand. That's my number one concern.
But you keep calling you calling the stand stage 0?
The launch system.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. The ground GSE, the tower, and all that stuff.
Stage 0, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's. I got so spoiled now with again Soviet nomenclature. It's like there's 0 for like the boosters of Soyuz.
Really?
And the core is 1.
Okay.
And then what I would call opposite. The boosters are 1, core is 2. But what like the next upper stage, or what I would consider stage 2, is stage 3. So it's really confusing, and I kept being like, oh yeah, third, second stage, and they're like, no, that's third stage,
So stage 0, the launch system.
Yeah.
The launch mount, the flame diverter.
Yep.
Sort of.
Yep. Sort of.
The big tower.
Yep.
The propellant farm. And all that's basically, all the lines and everything. That's stage 0. And it's very hard.
Yeah.
It's harder for us to make a stage 0 than to make a booster or a ship.
Okay.
So
hopefully it doesn't blow.
Yes, that would be great. And then, like the best case outcome for the first flight would be that the booster does its job and also is able to relight the engines, and it's going to splash down.
Yep.
In the Gulf.
Only like 20 miles out or something, right?
Yeah,
or
not far.
Relative.
And then the ship or upper stage is going to come in just off the coast of Hawaii, near a military base there. And so we'll, splash down in the Pacific.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
So again, to reiterate, on the first launch, the booster, you're going to just use the gas venting to orient it for re-entry. It won't even do you will do a boost back burn though on the first one too, right?
Let's just say it's an evolving situation.
Yeah.
In order to be 20 miles away, we definitely would have to do some kind of boost back, otherwise it's going to be way further.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, probably it's a boost back and then a propulse, and then basically you want to simulate the landing, but not have it be too close to land, so it doesn't take out stage 0.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So we want to say, like, basically, can we position the booster precisely, such that if it had landed next to the tower, or if it had come to a halt next to the tower, could the arms have grabbed it?
Yes.
Mechazilla.
Yeah, Mechazilla.
Mechazilla.
Megazilla?
Mecha?
Mechazilla. Okay. Yeah, like a giant
like Mechazilla.
Yeah. What's the plan? Does it just come in and it sits then on the grid fins and/or that little arrestor thing?
No, those little tiny arms.
That tiny little T-Rex arm is going to hold the.
Yes, there's 2 of them. But those things can take a lot of load.
And then it's just literally like a flat arm, kind of like this. That.
I mean, this is one of those things, like, it's hard to keep a secret when it's right there. People can just take zoomed up, but like drive past it and take a high-res photo close up. So it's not exactly going to be top secret.
Right.
This is the first real big rocket development that's been so close to a public road that people are literally driving to the beach right past the launch site. So it's hard to keep a secret around here.
That brings up, I always keep wondering, like, you know, we're seeing this insane pace, we're seeing all these crazy things happen. How much of that, like, is normal, at least as far as SpaceX goes, or how much of that is just because we're actually seeing it? Like, for instance, when you're developing Merlin and Falcon 9, were you blowing stuff up this much, doing things so crazy, fast-paced? Or is this, like, also fast-paced, but now we're also seeing it all, so it's hard to compare?
Well, I mean, this is definitely a case where we are washing our laundry in public.
Yeah.
And there's always dirty laundry in any program. It's really a question of whether it is seen or not.
Yeah.
Not is there dirty laundry.
Right.
Yeah. Every program's got dirty laundry, but in this case, it's in public. But this is also a case where we're intentionally iterating the design rapidly.
Yep.
And basically, ships and boosters will either be amazing lawn ornaments, which then have to be stored, and they look awesome. But you know, we don't want 12 of them. It's gonna look bizarre, and where will we put them?
Yeah.
So, since we're making rapid iterations with each, almost with basically every single ship and booster has had significant iterations. But you either want it to blow up, or the early ones, you want them to blow up, or you're going to have to find a place to store them.
Right.
So we actually want to push the envelope, and frankly, like, if you don't push the envelope, you cannot achieve the goal of a fully and rapidly reusable rocket.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
You have to go close to the edge on margins.
Right.
And there's a recursive factor to mass. So, like, if you add, say, an extra ton of heat shielding, now you also need more propellant to get it to orbit. Right. And you need more propellant to deorbit it. Yes. And you need more propellant to land it.
Yes.
And the structure now has more load, so because it's carrying that extra ton of heat shield.
Yes.
So this applies to any given ton. There's a recursive value.
Yeah.
So in order to achieve the same payload, you have to, each ton is like basically almost like adding 2 tons when it's fully considered.
Definitely.
So I think we calculated it to be like a 1.8 factor, but I think it's probably we're forgetting something so it's closer to 2.
Yeah.
So every 1 ton of mass begets an extra ton.
Yeah.
So
what's, for instance, like what's S20's dry mass kind of looking like? What are you at right now? Are you like 120 tons, or are you?
I actually don't know the exact mass of 20. We'll know it when we weigh it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of parts that have not been weighed.
Yeah.
So like, what is it actually? I mean, I hope it's not too insane. Ideally, it's its dry its dry mass is hopefully not much more than 100 tons.
Really?
So, yes, but then you say like dry, do you mean not counting the air inside it?
Right.
Because by the way, the air mass is non-trivial.
No, it's not.
This is a giant volume. And then, do you mean dry? Do you mean with propellant residuals and ullage gas, which is at several atmospheres?
Right.
Which mass are you referring
dry
to?
mass,
Like
right.
sometimes in these things, they'll play games with like when you say thrust weight of a rocket engine. So thrust weight of the rocket engine with or without residuals. That's a big change.
Or with or without gimbal is something else that I've heard people kind of debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Merlin is, I'm pretty sure, by any standard, I think it's probably the best thrust weight of any engine.
Yeah.
Because it's like just so far, we really pushed the GG cycle engine to the, it's like A plus for GG cycle architecture, but GG cycle architecture is not an A plus architecture.
Right.
Full flow stage combustion, A plus architecture, but with a new architecture, we won't get an A plus within that. Like it's like in gymnastics, you like say how hard is your program,
right?
And then what grade do you get in the program?
Yeah.
That's kind of how the things work here. So,
what would you say version 2 is going to kind of come in at? If you were to rate them,
I don't know. I'd say it's like B plus.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah. So good enough for now, but of course.
Yeah, like Raptor 3, Raptor 4, Raptor 5.
Yeah.
By Raptor 5, it'll be an A plus.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Should we walk through here and check out what's going on in here? This is just a nose cone being assembled. It's not that it's showing
This is our new and improved nose cone.
Oh yeah, it's just straight. There's no cross section.
So this is if you look at that nose cone over there, that's made from stamped sections.
Yeah.
So you can see that's like 3 rows of stamped sections.
Yep.
This will be made of 2 rows of stretch formed.
Wow.
So and you can see it's just way smoother.
Yeah.
So this is stretched over like a big mandrel. So just you just take a big sheet of steel, and you just stretch it over this giant tool.
Right.
So, and then you can have like things that are way bigger. Like you can't fit this in a stamping press.
Right.
This is way too big. That's like basically about as long as you can fit in a stamping press. You cannot fit something this giant in well, you could technically make some totally special case stamping machine that doesn't exist.
Right.
But you only need one, since you only need a single-sided, it doesn't have like indentations or anything, so like you couldn't make a car body side this way, but you can make something with this level of symmetry that is, basically you can do a one-sided die.
Okay.
So you can just stretch form it over a big mandrel.
And this isn't the cargo, it's just not complete yet, but it had that opening on the one side. That's not because you're working on the door, the jaws yet, right?
Yeah, I actually stopped work on the door, the fairing door.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to focus on getting to orbit.
Yep.
We don't need a door.
Yep.
So it's like we need to be super focused on getting to orbit, then super focused on getting the ship back, and then we can worry about doors.
Okay.
It's just like unnecessary complexity. So like, is the door necessary to solve the problem? No. Will we use this? Like the first 10 or more that get back from orbit, we probably won't fly them again.
Right.
Or maybe once or twice, but then they're going to be in storage. Like for Falcon 9, and even like the Block 5, so-called Block 5, which is more like version 7.
Yeah.
Really. But we don't even want to use the early Block 5s. So like even those are a pain in the ass, and we prefer to retire them. So like when we have like a mission that requires an expendable booster, we'll put an early Block 5. Because the early Block 5s are not as good as the later Block 5s.
Wow.
And they're more of a pain in the ass to get ready for flight.
Wow.
So the reality is the early ones are going to be amazing lunar ornaments.
Yeah.
I mean, as good as lunar ornament gets, but they will not be nearly as good as the ones that follow, so then why keep them flying?
And they're not even going to be doing any, they're not going to be putting any payload up, they're not, you don't even need to worry about it.
We're just going to retire the early ones anyway, so
yeah.
Why have a door on a thing that's never going to fly satellites anyway?
Yeah. How is the butt-to-butt refueling going? Is that, because that's got to be a pretty early consideration? Because you're probably going to want to start testing that.
No, that's
no.
We're gonna get to orbit and back first.
Okay.
We don't need orbital refilling. Unless you want to go to going to the moon, you need orbital refilling. Going to Mars, you need orbital refilling. Delivering satellites to Earth orbit, you do not need orbital refilling.
Right, right.
So let's punt that to later.
Okay.
I'm not sure it'll be the butts, but it might be something that might, like the, we switched the propellant full drain lines to be side, to come in from the side.
Not up through the booster anymore?
Because it was adding a bunch of stuff to the booster, and then we're flying it every time. So it's better, if you can move mass to the ground side, it's better to move mass to the ground side.
Right, right.
That's why we took the legs off the booster and just have the tower catch it.
Are you thinking about doing a tower catching?
Which sounds mad. I mean,
yeah, I know.
I know it sounds insane. But when I suggested that, people thought I was lost my mind, which I'm like, maybe I have. But I think it might take a few kicks at the can, but we'll get it right.
Yeah.
And then it just the work that you have to do to pick up the booster and put it on the launch stand. This gigantic skyscraper thing in high wind, like windy situations. It's very windy around here.
Yeah, it is.
So you got to pick up this booster, you got to put it onto its stand with precision. Then you got to pick a ship up and put it up on top of that. That means you've got to have a secondary arm to steady the booster, so it's not moving around all over the place.
Yeah.
And then while the sort of Mechazilla arms pick up the ship and put it on the booster.
Okay. So the Mechazilla arms are the ones that are going to be picking up the ship, not the crane?
Mechazilla.
Okay, so it's very important to appreciate that everything you see here is a work in progress.
Right.
What is said last week may be untrue next week.
We've seen that a few times.
Yes, it could be that we're actually just literally mistaken, a miscommunication, any one of a number of things.
Yeah.
We just had a better idea. In the case of, for the first stacking, we're going to do that with a crane.
Yep.
We will, so, yeah. Marvin the Martian right there.
I love that.
So, the first one we're going to stack with the crane. Because otherwise we'd have to wait for all the mechanisms to work. So we're like assembling the arms and basically putting Mechazilla together. But in the meantime, we could be launching.
Right.
So let's not wait for the tower to be completed. We've got the second biggest crane on Earth. We don't necessarily want to have the second biggest crane on Earth just sitting there forever.
Right.
But it can be there for the first stacking. And then from the first stacking, then we can figure out, do we have the hold downs work? Or the launch mounts, I should say.
Yeah.
So it's really quite a complicated launch mount. It's got basically 20 mount points.
Right.
And you got to line those things up and then put the booster on it and have does it fit? Mm-hmm. Okay, it won't fit.
Right,
basically. Now we got to adjust it.
Yeah.
Okay. That launch ring is 370 tons. So, and it's going to tweak, you move it from one place to another, it tweaks.
Yeah.
It doesn't stay exactly the same. So we're going to have to jiggle it around a little bit, put in some shims and stuff, and fit the booster. So we want to do that. We'll be done with the booster, I don't know, next week. Yeah. Wow. So we want to mount the booster next week.
That's going to be insane.
Yeah. We're going to try to put the ring on the stand, the launch ring on the stand tomorrow. But we may not succeed, we'll see. So, probably the second flight we'll use, it's very likely the second flight we'll use the tower.
Second flight. Oh, so the first flight might still just use the suborbital pad.
So it's going to use it has to use the orbital pad. We can't. The suborbital pad cannot take the full weight of the stack. It's going to get crushed, and it doesn't have enough height. So the rocket would blast itself in the face. It's too low and too weak.
Yeah. Okay.
We got to launch it from the super beefy stand. But we don't want to wait until everything's ready with the power just to stack.
Okay. So how will you secure it then when it's stacked? Like, just drop the Starship on top?
Have the crane hold it.
Until it's launch time, and then...
No. We do need the QD arm to work.
Yeah, oh, right. So that can be a stability thing.
Yeah, exactly. It holds it, it stabilizes it, and transfers propellant. If we don't have that, we can't load prop in the on the ship.
Right. Okay, so that has to be complete, but not necessarily the arms and everything else going on at that point.
Yeah.
So at this point, what
I mean, we're like I said, there's a lot of moving pieces here. So some of this could be ready in time. It's possible that the tower could be ready in time, in which case we'll use the tower.
Yeah.
But if the tower's not ready in time, we'll use the crane.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at this point in development, what things are you being kept up by at night? Like, what's the thing you're like, oh, we just need to, do this or this better, or we really, I can't sleep because we haven't figured this out yet.
That's right.
Yeah. So what things are just totally keeping you up at night at this point? What's the thing that you feel like you still have to solve at this point?
I mean, there's a long list. So,
what's at the top of that right now for you, at least personally?
Well, this is really all just measured as in terms of time. Like, what is the time risk associated with something?
Right.
The one thing you cannot replace is time. So, and I do have a habit of being optimistic with schedules. I mean, if I wasn't optimistic, I wouldn't be doing, the crazy things that I'm doing.
Right.
So I must have, like, I don't know, just pathologically optimistic, I suppose.
Wow, that actually, look at that.
Yeah, it looks like dragon scales.
That is incredible.
Doesn't that look cool?
It's actually like coming together a lot cleaner.
It totally looks like dragon scales.
It really does.
Yeah.
And it's so much tidier and cleaner looking than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few broken tiles, but overall it looks cool.
That's incredible. Wow. So, I guess the joints is one of those things that the community's always wanted to know about. I guess the good thing is the flaps will mostly take most of the wind from this area that you see. So I guess you don't really have to cool the inside of the flap joint itself because it's kind of already.
No, actually, unfortunately, we do. I think we have significant. Take a lot of what I'm saying with a grain of salt because I often am wrong. So. So sometimes I'll say something that's wrong. But I'll, I think we have a design error with the non-moving portion of the forward flaps.
Okay.
Because the reason we have the flaps and the static arrow, basically the unmoving portion of the flaps, are there to do two things: to rebalance the ship, so it doesn't come in engines first, because that's otherwise the center of mass is quite low.
Yeah.
And it will come in engines first and burn up the engines.
Yep.
So first you have to rebalance it so that in a hypersonic regime you're doing like roughly sort of like 60 to 70 degree angle of attack.
Yep.
Because you're flying a trajectory that minimizes peak heat. But you don't care about total heat load. You just care about minimizing your peak heat.
Because you have a good insulator here, you're not ablating.
Yes, exactly. So if you have an ablative heat shield like Dragon, technically that Dragon is like fairly reusable actually because it's sort of like a brake pad. You could fly it many times.
Yeah.
Because it's got so much margin.
Yeah.
But a PICA is literally means phenolic impregnated carbon ablator.
Yep.
So that's the Dragon heat shield. So Dragon is like, hey, let's have give me a high peak heating, but don't make my total heat load high, because what Dragon is trying to optimize for is what is the heat pulse when it's under parachutes, and it's been the heat pulse moves through the tile, and then reaches the back to where it's bonded to the carbon fiber composite sandwich structure. And if the heat pulse is if the heat is too high, it will melt the glue, and the heat shield tiles will start falling off, and then they will potentially, just damage the parachute.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
if you start having like these things like
flying off.
Potentially, because they're low density, so they're pretty, and like it's like, admittedly it's kind of a corner case, but that's it. That's like the Dragon heat shield tiles are way over thick, because not because of how much of the heat shield will be bladed, but because of the heat pulse that will reach the back of the heat shield that might melt the glue while it's under a parachute.
Wow.
So this,
interesting constraint at the end of it all. You know,
yeah,
it's like,
so if you just have a lot of heat suddenly, that's actually better for Dragon. Like high peak, low total heating.
Yep. And so its re-entry profile is totally different too. It can come in steeper as opposed to this.
Dragon wants to come in like just real steep. And it's like the lift over drag ratio is low for Dragon. I mean, a lot of people look at it and say it doesn't have any lift, but it does. If you have a gumdrop shaped thing and you have offset center of mass, then you can control it because it has a small lift vector, because the gumdrop is like tilting into the wind slightly. It's quite low. And actually, LOVD is a function of Mach number. Most people like will quote an LOVD number, but like, okay, what Mach is that? And it's usually like some sort of reference Mach number. But like your LOVD is complete trash at like Mach 20. It's garbage, nothing basically. So it's like LOVD at what Mach number? Anyway, so it's got a very low LOVD, but it does have a lift vector. And then because it is symmetric, or more or less symmetric, with little thrusters, you can rotate the capsule as it's coming in and change that lift vector. And then, so then you have a landing ellipsoid because your accuracy longitudinally is less than your accuracy left to right. Because so you're changing lift vector. You say, well, how do you change the point where you land? If you turn left or right, but how do you change this point? You do a series of S-turns. So you S-turn, and depending upon how much you bank during the S-turns, that affects your longitudinal point. And then your lateral point is pretty easy to tune because you have a lift vector going left and right.
It's not so much, people might think like, oh, you're going up and down. That really doesn't work in the grand scheme of orbital velocities and everything. It's really about just your actual velocity, and where you end up arresting your velocity is where you're going to drop it to the ground, pretty much, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just very important for people to appreciate that there's a very gigantic difference between orbit and space. It is actually relatively easy to get to space, but it is very hard to get to orbit. And then if you say you want to go to orbit and come back, this is easily 100 times harder than getting to space. Maybe so much harder that hardly anyone's even, like, only a few countries have been able to do it. So, whereas Burt Rutan went to space twice, like 12 years ago? I don't know, it was 15 years ago?
2005,
Yeah, it was like 15 years ago. He went to the border of space twice. And didn't even need, they didn't even scorch the paint. So that's like, it's really not very hot if you didn't even burn the paint.
That's true.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made
this needs like
contact with the
really
resistance.
intense heat shielding, or it's gonna get to,
We are, General.
blow up basically.
Allow me to introduce
crazy
Monaco
to see
of
now,
Rolga's
honestly.
Reach.
So is there some considerations to make the fix? Can we go out this way, or is it?
Yeah, I mean, just don't let anything drop on your head.
All right, deal.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute
There's another
honor it is
barrel
to stand
section.
before the bull of
That's 20.
Alamigo.
I mean, it looks
These are not the
a little
blood
garage
sands,
shop, to be
girl.
frank, but
You and I were
it's like
soldiers on
weirdly
the
like
battlefield
super
fighting with the
advanced
same
technology
cause.
with garage shop.
Well, it is very
As you
unique
say,
of you guys to basically build the rockets first and then start building a factory around it.
On behalf of Commander
because the
Kemp of the
production system is the
Alamigan
actual hot thing.
Resistance, I present to you our
The
formal
rocket
response.
design is relatively easy compared to the factory. And these tiles are actually made in Florida at at a SpaceX factory, which is called a bakery.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord.
In Florida, it's next to Ron John's.
I was not aware you would suffer such losses.
What's the future for Florida with Starship? Are you gonna get it flying 100%, get it all figured out basically?
In the Griffin's
at least get like
assault.
orbital
And we've
version
been
ready and then
struggling to
start
find
setting
new
up shop in
recruits ever
Florida and
since.
do like.
Yeah, I think we want
The
to
massacres
kind of
cast a
iron
pall
out
over the whole resistance,
major issues.
and many who might once have been open to
here,
joining
and
us
then
have since
we'll
thought
certainly be
better of it.
launching Starship from the Cape. We might do more at the Cape, but
After all
we'll
of the
certainly be
Griffin's
launching
false
Starship from the
promises, one
Cape.
can hardly blame them. They have no desire
And like I
to
said,
give
we
their lives
make
for
the
a
heat
lost
shield tiles,
cause.
which is actually quite a big factory to make these heat shield tiles. Not a small factory. So
Next to Ron John's? I didn't.
well, technically it's next to a Ron John's distribution warehouse.
Okay.
Okay. Literally, I was like, is that a surf shop? Oh, so it's like, yeah, or maybe it's like a factory. I don't know, but it's got a Ron John's logo. But the factory, the SpaceX heat shield tile factory is quite big. It's not tiny, because there's a lot of you take a lot of these tiles.
This, Father.
Let
us show it to them.
And for the most part, I'm surprised at the taper.
I say
It
we
looks like they're all
stand
still
shoulder to
uniform
shoulder with our
tiles,
new
which obviously
allies
is a
and
huge
engage the
improvement compared to
Guardians in
shuttle,
open warfare.
instead of having 24,000
The resistance
tiles.
must demonstrate
figuring
that
it
they
out.
can hold their own against
I'm
Imperial
surprised though, even as the
And with our
area
assistance,
tapers,
I am confident they can do
it's
just
not-
that.
I would thought.
Man, I would have wear.
If we can
Mara's
achieve even a
head
token
of
victory,
heat
I
shield
believe it will serve to rekindle the
engineering.
hope of the Alamegan people
It's like I
and
want to text
inspire
him
them
like,
to
yo,
rise
man,
up once more.
what's going on?
Aye.
It doesn't seem like there's
Once
a
word
ton of
spread that
unique.
we'd
They
won a
mostly
battle
look
against the Guardians,
uniform,
I'd
which
wager
obviously will
we'd
help
have new
with.
recruits
Yeah, they're not
flocking
all
to us from
uniform,
miles
but-
around. The question is,
a lot more in the shuttle.
when and where do we strike?
What's your expected? What are you hoping to get for reuse out of these things?
I mean, no meaningful limit. As many as you want.
There we go. We got right back into camera reception for you there for a second. Camera inside a camera.
Yeah, there are different shaped tiles. You can see some of them at the border there are square instead of hexagons.
Yep.
And then because the static arrow is it's still seeing actually a lot of heat. Basically the plasma is hitting this it's hitting the surface, and then it's moving around. It's got to somehow get past it. So you get superheated plasma hitting that thing, then riding up the side of the vehicle, hitting that static arrow. So you actually have a heat concentration there. And then you got a hinge that's, you have to protect the hinge. This is, if you said like, okay, what's highest probability of failure on re-entry? It's probably the hinge of the flaps. Okay. So the rear hinge and the forward hinge of the flaps, because you have to have a rotating thing. Yes. But you can't just make everything out of tiles, so you have to have a seal. So you have to have a seal against the tiles. The tiles are ceramic, like a seal against dinner plates that are super hot.
Yep.
So you can't use rubber.
Right.
So it's going to be a metal seal. And with a tortuous path. What?
Have you thought about, back in the day you talked about transpirational cooling.
Yes,
Is there a
so
chance
that's one of the things you could throw it at is transpiration cool the joint.
That would be so cool. I just want to see it bleeding methane, honestly, and just...
It will definitely help.
Yeah. Because you can kind of purge that joint with a higher pressure gas, you know, as long as it's higher than the ambient air stream or the plasma stream. It will create a thermal barrier.
It's definitely one of the things, if you really want to nail the heating on the hinge, is bleed fuel gas into the thing. Because actually, even the burning methane is like with air, because air is only like, you know, what, 21% oxygen. Air is like, if you ask people what are you breathing, like they think they're breathing oxygen. You know, you're breathing nitrogen with some oxygen.
A little argon.
And some argon and trace gases. So, but essentially, methane with air, which is mostly not oxygen, doesn't get that hot. So even if it burns, it's not that big of a deal.
Right, because it's already detached from the vehicle.
It's not as hot as the plasma that's hitting it.
Right.
So, yeah.
Wow.
All right, well, let's see. I guess the car is... Okay.
So each tent's kind of a designated, one's like barrel section, one's nose cones, and one's one's just kind of the thrust pucks and stuff. Or
yeah, like I said, it is a constantly evolving thing. So we've changed what occurs in each production tent and in the high bay and mid bay multiple times. But this certainly currently is focused on the nose.
When you're working on a new high bay too, right?
Yeah, we're building a higher high bay.
Uber high?
It's only a little bit higher than the current one, but it's much wider. And it has 2 gantry cranes that run full width and depth.
Okay.
So, I mean, it'll feel like the lateral luxury compared to our current high bay.
Like about how tall do you know?
Sorry?
About how tall?
I don't know, probably, it's like 100 meters.
Okay, and this one's?
So one's,
like 80 or something?
Yeah, this one's about 80. So they got the booster height's about 70. Although, it's kind of funny, like technically we deleted half a barrel section from the booster, so it's technically 69 point something. Like 69 and a half.
You did that on purpose.
No, it wasn't even me. It was like, the guy's like, hey, we just let me know, we took at 70 meters you have a half barrel, which is a pain in the ass. So they just deleted it, and I was like, cool, that sounds good. I randomly set the length at 70 meters. It's not like anything special about it.
Right.
So, but then fate loves, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But these certain numbers just seem to be recurring all the time.
Yes.
And so the booster is actually 69 point something. And then it's booster 4 and ship 20. And this is all happenstance.
Right. I love
what
that.
What the hell is going on? So.
Well, oh yeah, someone had figured out that, what was it? It was like, I don't even remember, but it was something like you were 69,420 like days old or minutes old or something when you went on SNL or something. Like, it was like, what? Some ridiculous.
Are you
yes, it was like the weirdest.
No, I was born 69 days after 420, by the way.
Oh yeah. Come on.
Come on.
This is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
That's so funny.
I mean, what the hell?
Oh man. This is insane.
It's like, am I an avatar in someone's video game?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Statistically, yeah.
Okay.
You're probably doing pretty good at the game, though. I'll bet you're like the top ranked player.
Okay. Well, that's something.
So do you have a name for the high bay bar yet?
No, I guess we've bounced around different names. We still haven't really made much use of it because it wasn't really critical path, so it's kind of just sat there.
Yeah.
And the elevator, we need to upgrade the elevator because we have like this construction elevator.
Right.
So, we don't yet have a name, nor have we used it. But we're making good progress there, installing the grid pin.
Yeah, looks like the grid pin's up. And I like how they're now at, do they just, I guess let me try and guess why you're gonna put them closer together and not at 90-degree intervals. Is it because you can just change your roll to change whatever axis if you're trying to pitch the vehicle? You're really only most of the time probably either doing pitch or yaw. You're likely not doing pitch and yaw when it's coming in for re-entry.
Well, actually, no, we're controlling on 3 axes all the time. Now, technically, you only need 3 fins to control on 3 axes, but...
But you can also roll if you need to change your yaw, roll 90 degrees to do pitch.
Well, the control authority you need is much more in pitch than in any of the other axes. First, like, the amount of control authority you need for roll is practically nothing.
Right.
But for pitch, you've got to basically push the booster down.
And we're back for another episode. In this episode, I'm going to be unlocking Wanderer's Palace Hard Mode, which is one of the new dungeons introduced into patch 2.5. So I'm at the 7th Heaven here in Revenant's Toll, and I need to talk to Bloziang. And the quest is called Not Easy Being Green.
just playing 100 hours. All you have to do for a game is you just have to play it for 100 hours. And if you play the game for 100 hours, then you'll like it, okay? That's all you have to do.
If I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. A famous phrase often attributed to Blaise Pascal, Woodrow Wilson, or Oscar Wilde. Whoever wrote it, the meaning remains the same. It takes skill to condense information into the smallest possible packet. Rambling is easy, focusing is hard. This can relate to video games. And
it also relates to videos, I'll say that for sure. Whenever I make a video, there's sometimes, like yesterday, whenever I recorded my video, I will go through and I am like extremely analytical with myself. Like I will watch my own videos and I'll be like, there's like a 4-second like moment in the video that's bad. I re-record the whole thing. I say, this is a garbage video. I don't want to have this out there. And I'll even go back to my old videos and I'll say, this video sucks and I should not have done it this way. And I'll watch my own streams and say, I said too many uhs, I said too many ums, I'm being boring here, this part of the stream sucks, and I am the biggest asshole to myself, okay? Any of you guys in chat that are complaining about something I do on stream are nothing next to the way that I treat myself.
RPG design, especially thanks to the popularity of a phrase I absolutely loathe. It gets good 100 hours in. I've been making MMORPG related YouTube content for years. And variations of it gets good 100 hours in are commented on every single video. It doesn't matter if I personally play for 5, 10 or 50 hours, I will always get someone telling me it gets good 100 hours in. So let's discuss.
Seems like a good version of
Ladies
Godfall.
and gentlemen, welcome. According to YouTube captions, I'm Josh Dryface. Certain video games, especially MMORPGs, are designed to be played for extremely long periods of time, which means the veteran...
I would disagree with the Final Fantasy example. I think Final Fantasy is fine to play at the beginning, but I do think that if a game has a very slow start, that is a problem with the game. I do not think this is a... So, like, there's some people that think that, oh, well, if you can't, you know, if your attention span isn't long enough to play the game through its unnecessarily long, you know, boring period, then that's your fault as a player. I think that it is a shortcoming of a game whenever the game itself is bad at the beginning.
In those games often have hundreds, if not thousands of hours of gameplay time. So when a new player joins and says, I've got a problem with this system, I don't think this part of the game is as good as it can be, I'm not having a really good time in the early game, the veterans often respond, just play longer, it gets better. And a lot of people have told me, you need to play a game for about 100 hours before you can properly critique it, especially an MMORPG. And
I think that's true to an extent, but it's also... The fact that you don't want to play it for 100 hours before you critique it and you say that it's bad is a critique in itself. The fact that it does not hook you immediately is bad. But like, for example, like if somebody didn't get level 60 or level 50 in New World beta, level 40 even, right? I'm not going to take a lot of what they're saying as seriously as I am going to take what I think seriously, right? Because they just didn't play the game as much as I did. However, their experience is still relevant because there's a reason why they didn't play it all the way to level 40. And that matters.
Take umbrage against this exact statement.
Yeah.
Because I think saying you need to play for 100 hours is used as an excuse for poor early game design.
True.
Or vastly underestimates the amount of free time people actually have to play games.
True.
So let's look at both of those things.
We're
Before we begin, consider dropping a like on the video, subbing to the channel for more MMO stuff, or ringing the bell so you get all the future notifications. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel going. More on this at the end. For now, let's begin. There are three main areas I want to cover to explain why the it gets good 100 hours in argument is a terrible position for a game to be in and actively makes your game worse. First, the amount of time the average gamer has available to game. Second, the importance of the new player experience, specifically the first 2 hours. And finally, the implication this has for your narrative focus or lack of for your game's writing. Let's start.
I quit Skyrim on the wagon ride. I said, bitch, this shit's taking too long. I'm done. Listen, I understand, but like that's an opinion that certain people have, that certain individuals have. ADD Andy, yeah, whatever you want to call it. I'm not ADD Andy. I might actually, I don't know if I'm ADD. Like, people say, like, I have Asperger's, they say I'm autistic, they say I have ADD, ADHD, dyslexia, all this shit that people have told me that I've had all throughout my years. I don't care. I'm not interested in labeling myself and saying, oh, this is what my problem is, or this isn't what my problem is. Yeah, I don't give a fuck, man.
With the average gamer. Now, when I say average gamer, who do you picture? What
try not
lifestyle
to.
do they have? And most importantly, how long do you think an average gamer plays games for?
4
Multiple
hours
studies
every
have
day.
been conducted over the pandemic, a perfect time to study gamers when we're all staying inside gaming. And the state of online gaming is interesting. Reported on by Tech Republic, it was found out the average gamer plays games for 8 hours and 27 minutes a week. That's just over...
Nah, it's gotta count. That's gotta be Candy Crush phone moms. That's got, nah, bro, because like everybody that I know, whenever we game, man, we go 8 hours a day minimum. 8 hours a day fucking minimum. What do you mean?
Over 1 hour and 10 minutes a day. The average gamer is also a mid-30s professional male and has on average 3 children. Now when I
want to say also mid-30s professional male, big fucking surprise that all these games have microtransactions, because these dudes are making money. If you're in your mid-30s, you're probably like 2 or 3 positions into your career. Like, you're making fucking money. And yeah, you got 3 kids? I mean, yeah, actually, never mind. Maybe it doesn't matter if you're making money. You're spending money too.
Picture the average gamer, most people don't picture a 30-something-year-old dad of 3 with an hour a day to game. Most people picture a younger person with 4 or more hours of gaming time every single night. And this is one of the issues with the 100-hour argument. MMOs need casual players to survive. They bolster the player base and bring in massive amounts of revenue, but the average casual player only has 1 hour to play. If you tell them a game needs a 100-hour investment to get good, chances are they will leave. Imagine if someone said to you, you must play this video game every moment of your free time for the next third of a year, and if you do that, you might end up having fun. 100 hours is much more than most people will have free in 1, 2, sometimes even 3 months.
Yeah,
So
nobody's gonna sit around and play through the dog shit version of the game for fucking months just to get to the fun part, man. There's no way that's gonna happen. Like, why would anybody want to do that? Like, for me, like, what's crazy is, like, whenever I started playing WoW, dude, I was hooked immediately. Like, by the time that I made it to Westfall, I thought I was about halfway to endgame. I was like, man, I'm pretty close. Now I can give people advice. I know what's going on in this game. You know, I got my lay of the land. You know, and like, this is the same thing. A Realm Reborn was not bad. Like, dude, you could complete a Realm Reborn. If you went through everything, you didn't read any of the quest text, you'd probably complete that in like 8 hours. Like, I'm not even kidding you. Like, you could go through that shit real fucking fast. Because so much of it is quest text. So much of it is like, just kill one mob, click this thing. 8 hours. I bet you could probably speedrun it pretty fucking fast, man.
Saying that you need to play for 100 hours is unrealistic for the average player. In fact, the average player will give a new game 2 hours before deciding whether they want to carry on or quit. When I was playing Warframe, there is an achievement. Play for 2 hours. You know how many people have this achievement on Steam? 40%. 40%.
I knew it. Yep, there it is, boys. See, I've got a mind to this kind of stuff, you know what I mean?
Less than half of the people that downloaded Warframe survive for the first 2 hours. You're losing 60% of your potential player base within the first 2 hours. This is how important the new player experience is. This is the vital.
This is the same thing that happens with like streams, for example, is that whenever a game comes out, so this is the way that streams go for like games, like new release games, most new release games. That's the release. Is that the anticipation of the game is oftentimes more exciting than the game itself. It goes downhill after release. It's the same thing with viewership.
Someone needs to have and encourage to playing with your game. Saying play for 100 hours, it gets good then is pointless. The majority of your player base is going to give up after 2. Hardcore gamers, or veteran players of certain MMOs, ones with hundreds or thousands of hours already invested in, often forget how much of a time sink 100 hours really is for the average person. And
see, like, that's the thing, is like Witcher 3 does this really well, right? It's like Witcher 3 has a slow start, but on like the second cinematic, it shows Yennefer's ass. Like, there's code right there, and that gets me. Because like, wait a minute, I was gonna say,
I find it extremely telling that when players tell me to play their game for at least 100 hours to get to the good bits, but when I ask them if they're willing to play my MMO for 100 hours to try it out, suddenly it's too much of a time investment.
Yeah.
You ever notice how the long-time enfranchised players will demand others forgive their games?
I agree with this. I think that somebody should have to watch my stream for at least 100 hours before they decide that they want to watch my stream. You know what I mean? Like, they should have to watch it for at least 100 hours. So, like, if you follow the stream, before you leave, you should watch at least watch it for 100 hours before you decide whether you like the stream or not.
Early design and insist it's worth pushing through, but then they're not willing to push through the early design of others. If you have time invested into the game and you insist others do the same, but when you try to invest time into another game, you realize you're not enjoying it early on and consider quitting within the first 2 hours, that's how new people feel into your game. Many game companies refuse to invest in or update the new player experience because that's not the part that they think makes money. The big spenders are the long-time players, the higher levels. Those companies...
Yeah, those are the super whales that you just get to harpoon them every day. It's like the super whales, like they take harpoons and it makes them stronger.
To see that you only find and keep new long-term players when people make it through your early game. The first 2 hours of a game are essential. Never mind the suggestion of the first 100. Most people won't find 100 hours free in several months. 100 hours is a crazy amount of free time for the average person.
I find that every day.
You can watch the complete series of Firefly in 15 hours. You can watch all of Breaking Bad in 61 hours. All of Game of Thrones in 63. On average, you can finish the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy in 23 hours. The books, not the films. You can play the entirety of The Witcher 3 and all extra content and missions, including every Gwent match, in just over 100 hours. So telling someone
bro, that's a speed run. Holy shit, that's fast, man.
Invest as much time as The Witcher would take into an MMO that might get good is a bit of a gamble. In 1995, entertainers Penn and Teller released the empowering video game Desert Bus. In it, you must drive a bus in real time from Tuscan to Las Vegas. It takes 8 hours there and 8 hours back, and the bus lists to the right constantly, so you have to actually pay attention. You can't just click drive and wait. It takes 16 hours to finish. Imagine someone saying to you, finish Desert Bus 6 times, and then it gets really good. They might be telling the truth. It might get really good, but are you going to actually want to invest all of that time to get to the good bit, or are you going to go and do something that's good
right away?
Yeah, the average gamer has just over an hour and 10 minutes a day free to play, and will give your game 2 hours before deciding whether to quit or carry on. In your sense, the game needs at least 100 hours. You've lost players far before you get to 100 hours.
Yeah.
But let's ask another question. If the game does indeed get good after 100 hours, why? Why do you need 100 hours for the game to get good? What is it doing after the 100-hour mark that it can't be doing?
You should stream the bus game?
When a player says a game gets good, they mean it changes. And there's only really 3 ways it can change to affect the enjoyment factor. Either it takes the systems it already has and refines them to such a degree that all the mechanical aspects suddenly make sense and are more enjoyable to use, or it changes everything about the systems and the changes for the better, or it sets up 100 hours worth of context and backstory, and now things make sense and the story gets good. all of these have their issues. If your game takes 100 hours for the mechanics in it to become refined and enjoyable enough to be engaging and fun, then why are...
I think a great game that scales up very well is Valheim. I think Valheim scales up incredibly well, and it keeps people engaged throughout the entire time. I think Rust is another one. There's plenty of other games like this too. And this isn't like, again, this isn't like a instant gratification or whatever. Absolutely, Valheim's dead. Well, so is Dark Souls 1 is dead too. How many people are replaying Dark Souls 1? Basically fucking nobody. And the reason for that is because it's a single-player game that has an end point. That's just the way it goes. It doesn't mean it's a bad game.
Are you actively choosing to keep the opening 100 hours, which you have admitted are subpar? Why on earth would you actively force a new player to slog through the worst part of your game first before letting them get to the good part? A game isn't a job, and the majority of your player base will not want to treat your game as a second job.
Absolutely.
It's not a trial you must pass, it's a recreational hobby. If you as a game designer have a 100-hour-long game, but only the final 2 hours are as good as you can make them and as fun as they can be, then what you have is a 2-hour-long game with 98 hours of intro crap. Trim the...
It's just like my stream. And so, yeah, anyway, I feel like there's a... I think kind of... This is kind of what happened with like Game of Thrones, where they went like 0 to 60 at like, you know, season 8. And then like another show that did this was like Carnival Row, if you guys watched that. I feel like the plot went from like 2 miles an hour or 5 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour in like the last 2 and really the last 1 episode. And I think that's a problem with pacing. And like, yeah, you hit that big fucking, that massive climax at the end, absolutely. But I do think that it would be better if it didn't happen all at the same time. I think that there are many games that have those moments throughout the game that feel good. Like Valheim is an example of this, where you fight the deer you fight the deer very, very early on. And you fight Elder pretty early on as well. And it's really between like Bone Mass and Motor where things really take a lot more time. And I also want to say that some people are saying that Valheim is not dead or Valheim is dead. Valheim will always have finite content that people will lose interest in very quickly until they actually develop real support for modders. Modding is how Valheim will live forever.
Excess of and place quality over quantity. MMOs know the early game can suck, which is why they sell boosts. And people get angry at you when they buy boosts. But consider this. Let's redirect your anger toward the game design and not the players.
Absolutely.
When long-term players discover new players have the ability to pay to boost through the content, they often get angry. But why? Why anger? Why annoyance? Is it because you feel the playing of the game is a rite of passage, a trial that you completed and therefore others must as well? Because if the early game was legitimate, fun, enjoyable, and great for you and someone boosts through it, you should feel sorry for them. They missed out on a great experience. You have good memories of it, and then what a shame. If the early game is indeed terrible and they boosted and you get annoyed that you had to slog through it and they didn't,
that means the game
You're
sucks.
admitting the game design is bad, but see enduring it as some sort of badge of honor.
This is one of the worst things that gamers have convinced themselves into. Gamers have convinced themselves that being able to overcome bad game mechanics means it's a good game. And I think this is like a really good example of this is Dark Souls 2. People are like, oh, well, you know, Dark Souls 2 is too hard for people and, you know, it's too complex, etc. Nah, it's just, it sucks. That's all. It's like nobody wants to, they don't want to play that. Like, it's just stupid. Like PoE has things like that too. I think many games do. Being able to overcome bad game mechanics does not make them good game mechanics. It just makes them things that you can circumvent or things that you can overcome based off of a certain amount of trial and error.
Well, it isn't good, then you should be lobbying for it to be improved, not forcing other new players to go through it so their suffering matches yours and you feel
it's ridiculous.
If suffering through the early game crap is a rite of passage for your game's community, don't be surprised when that community doesn't grow and new players quit. The other potential of a game getting good after 100 hours is because the gameplay changes to a new style or what you're doing in the game switches dramatically. This happens in Terra when your class goes through the Awakening reckoning, and the gameplay of that class becomes vastly different.
PoE
so
has this, but it's not
in
that
fact,
much different.
All your training and muscle memory up to this point is now basically useless. If your game does this, why? If you have a game design switch that many players will argue is objectively better, then bring that forward so a new player gets a taste of it from the very start. I'm not saying you need to thrust a new player into a chaotic, overwhelming mess of a system from day one. I'm saying if you have decided your advanced players get to experience something awesome, then your new players should be working towards that from the start, not experiencing an inferior system for the first 100 hours. And finally, the idea that hundreds of hours worth of setup is needed for chaos, context, randomization, or world building. Skilled world building or emotional setups can be woven into the fabric of gameplay, the audio or the visual mediums, the voiceover lines, or the gameplay itself. If you need
I think that was a big criticism of the post-Realm Reborn content, is that it took so long to develop the plot that finally happened in like the final cutscene. Is that people were just like, oh my god, like how long is this gonna take? What is this? Like it's just taking forever. And like I personally, as I said, I didn't really give a shit about it because I'm just so used to playing, you know, things that take forever. But I do want to say that I can understand that absolutely. Yeah, too much filler, and they actually even reduced the amount
hours worth of setup for a payoff. It needs to be the greatest payoff in all of gaming. You are literally taking more time to set your story up than Breaking Bad takes to tell its entire story.
Yeah, it's
Otherwise,
ridiculous.
you need to trim down. And as the quote at the start mentions, take more time to write a shorter plot. So the next time you tell someone it gets good after 100 hours, please remember, if you actually want to attract new players to your game or convince new people to play it, this is a terrible thing to say. You are not...
If a game gets better in like over time, right, it's one thing, right? If it gets better after 20 hours or 50 hours or 100 hours, that's a problem with the game. Yeah, it's just a problem with the game.
Your own course, because the average person has just over 1 hour a day to play and will not enjoy the idea of investing 100 hours into something they might not even enjoy. Telling someone it takes 100 hours to get good is basically saying to someone, do you want to dedicate a third of your year to maybe enjoying this? They will on average invest 2 hours
pretty
into
bad.
your game, and they will leave if it doesn't engage them. If your game takes 100 hours to get good, you are actively saying the first 100 hours is a subpar quality product compared to the rest. So why on earth are you keeping it, and why are you making it the first thing that potential new players to your franchise see? You are putting your worst foot forward. If your game changes after 100 hours,
Bad
and
first
suddenly
impression.
get fun, just put that fun at the front and start with it. If you are not able to build an engaging, involved narrative, story, or world within 100 hours, sit down with your writing team and condense that down. Telling a new player your game gets good after 100 hours isn't a positive description of your game.
No, it's
You're telling
not.
a new player they will need to experience an actively inferior product. They'll have to play through a pointless section. In some cases, if the game changes in the late game, a completely irrelevant 100 hours, because it won't matter what they do in those anyway. If you
I
need
want to say that the comparisons to Final Fantasy are, I think, partially true, but partially not true. And the reason why I think that they are partially not true is that as you are telling a story, that story will just simply take time in order to be told. And I think that it only makes sense in Final Fantasy whenever you put it in the context that your character, you put it in context of character progression. Whereas if you just look at it from story building and you say the level doesn't matter, you're just playing through the story, well then I think that it's completely fine. However, I do think that the post-Realm Reborn content, because there's no character progression, that's whenever things really do drag on for me. Absolutely.
100 hours to set a narrative on, you need to condense your story. When you say to someone it gets good after 100 hours, that's not a positive for your game design. So if you want new players to experience your game and stick with it, next time you're telling someone it's good 100 hours in, just stop and ask yourself, why? Why do you feel the need to tell this to them? Why do you need to experience 100 hours of low-quality game before the good bit happens? And if you're making a game, remember...
I hope the people that are in the New World subreddit watch this, because this is exactly the kind of arguments that they use to discredit journalists that play their game. And they're like, well, they don't understand it, they don't get it, they have no idea, right? Like, that's what it is.
You've got 2 hours to grab and hold someone's attention, and then remain consistently high quality. If eventually you realise that early game is weak compared to a late game, you as a developer have improved and your quality has increased, change your early game to match your late game's quality. I guarantee you will notice an increase in players and revenue.
And Final Fantasy did do this. They reduced web.
Dragged on longer than needed to. If I had longer to make it, I would have written a shorter script. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support for only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and Discord. And as always, have...
It's about right. I completely agree. Games can take too long to get into them. That's a big problem with the game itself. And anytime somebody uses that as an excuse, I will take that less seriously. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. So yeah, we'll watch this. Top 10 impressive things for me to do in Final Fantasy. That's really what the video title is. You guys don't know that, but that's really what the truth is.
Hey Bones, today we're going to talk about one of the most impressive things you can collect with in Final Fantasy 14. Now, things intensely vague, because things can mean anything. The monsters you get, your titles, anything that is very, very distinguished and impressive. Something that is clear just by looking at it that this guy no life doing.
Okay. Yeah, I need to get
something
these.
else very special or notable about
Yeah, I need to get these.
that you can tell because we have this thing. It can't just be anything that took a long time and not just a rare for the sake of being rare. It's got to be more than that. Something you can look at and go, damn, this guy, bro. Get a load of this guy.
Yeah, he's got a big dick.
Some major factors that I considered when compiling this list include determined effort spent. So that kind of work towards it.
It's really funny for me to hear this because this is the exact kind of stuff, like this list and like these, probably like what she's going to say is like effort, how hard it is to get, like how good you have to be, how rare it is, etc., right? Like I did this exact same thing for like all the WoW mounts back in the day, and I had like a 1 to 10 list for all of them.
It's not something that's temporary, that's cool now, but it won't be so cool later. It's always got to be cool. And recognizability. I mean, the majority of people, I guess people at endgames, players who've been playing a little while, they can recognize that and say, yes, that is cool. Wow. Yep. That's because that's the thing that
Big dick.
perceive. That's the thing recognizable.
Exactly.
Some examples of things that I love having why. Things like the armor. Yeah.
The fuck is this?
Takes a while to get. All the battle drops quickly. But for me, I was able to pretty lazily and I think that if you just put enough time doing it, it's not very hard at all. So I don't even understand it.
I agree with that. I don't think it's that big of a deal either. I feel like you could get one job to 80, I'm assuming, in what, probably like 3 days. And also, like, you get like that earring for pre-ordering Endwalker, and you get 30% more experience, bro. Like, that's so fucking much.
Mountain definitely the status here, while impressive when the raid is new, don't retain that high status forever because they you can sink those raids, you're just better, and killing the bosses
exactly.
Because of that, some of the WoW factor they had in the raid. Similarly, you can unsync old trials, making them super easy while you farm for the trial. Now,
that's what I did.
It's free to get those mounts and meta mounts and things that on unsynced to the bosses. Pretty much just pinatas. So I think that does disqualify them.
It's like going back and doing old raids.
Making my list of most just impressivest things. As for minions, some of them
it's like getting invincible or something like that in Mists of Pandaria. Like, oh yeah, this is really cool that you were able to do this, but at the end of the day, you just, it's not that hard.
But I think that the problem with minions is most people don't know which ones are rare. Like, I think that in compiling this list, the notoriety and general understanding that the thing is rare, no matter what, it can't be overused. That only minion collectors would know that.
That's what happened with the Hyacinth Macaw in WoW. It's like, okay, everybody has a green bird, but there's a purple bird that's worth a lot of money. Who fucking knows that? Nobody.
It's going to take you a long time. Rare for the sake of being rare isn't that good, because there's a storm out that is actually very rare according to FXV Collect, but it's just rare because nobody wants to buy it. So, like, rarity doesn't always equal goodity.
It's just
Some
a
of these
reskin.
things are more like categories.
It's a
because
recolor,
it just
I
make
mean.
more sense to do it that way. Yes, this will be all colored by my personal opinions, but I would wager that all these things are things that most people would be very impressed by were you to flex them openly. Ultimate weapons. The ultimate flex. So these are from clearing the hardest content in the game. The yellow ones are from the unending coil of Bahamut Ultimate, also known as ECOB, and also gives the legend title. The blue ones are from the weapons refrain.
Yeah, it's the ultimate weapon. Like, I'm gonna get all of these. I want to let you guys know, like, yeah, I am gonna get all of these. There are a lot of people out there who think that this is like, I'm not gonna do this or whatever. Y'all are so dumb. Like, you have no idea the level of, like, no-lifing that I'm prepared to go through in order to get the perpies that I want to get.
Also known as Ulu, which gives you the ultimate legend title. And the shiny ones with, like, the time machine stuff and the cogs all over it are,
The Alexander Ultimate one.
Yeah, some of the cogs are pretty big, too. Got some big cogs on some of these. Those are from the Epic of Alexander Ultimate, aka P, which also gives this perfect legend title.
I've seen that
When I first saw these
before.
weapons, I thought to myself, I will never be able to get one of these weapons. Like, this is way beyond me. This is a league far, far above what I am personally capable of, and that turned out to be not correct. You know, sometimes seeing things like this in the game,
They inspire
they
you.
make you strive for
Yeah,
more.
they make you want to go for it.
be better.
Exactly.
And
Yep.
that's what these ultimate weapons represent to me. Having an ultimate weapon is proof that you are good at the game, or at least you were able to not be bad for a full 20 minutes.
The thing is, like, I have people that, like, every time, or that, like, that you bought it or whatever, how much is it to buy, like, an ultimate carry? It's 400 bucks? Damn, that's like nothing, man. That's like nothing. You can't? It's overpriced as far PayPal Legend? Yeah, that's like nothing. Oh my god, you can buy pilots, not carries? Yeah, still, it's nothing. Yeah.
Kind of more my situation. Necromancer.
Chat just self-reported? Yeah, I guess so.
This would be awesome to have on return. Side note, similarly, the Lone Hero title, though let's be honest, Necromancer is not these are extremely rare titles that you get from the soloing you beat them. Necromancer is from House of the Dead, and Lone Hero is from Heaven on High. What I want to show you
I could get
I
that.
think will
Yeah,
help you understand
I could get that.
what I'm saying is this clip from Meiji. Now, Meiji is the one that wrote the guide, like the guide.
1 to
House of the Dead
200.
That I will link below. I'll also
All
link
right.
to their Twitch below and their YouTube channel. Okay, just for some context, Palace of the Dead, to clear it, to do the solo clear, you have to get to the final floor, which is floor 200.
Right.
And as you progress through it, the floors get harder and harder and harder.
Makes sense.
And here's a clip of what it was like for one of the best House of the Dead players in the world to fight one mob, a mimic, on a very, very high floor, floor 192. So you can just look from this clip the level of kiting that is required.
This thing does
The
a lot of
popping
fucking
potions
damage.
Constantly. But you cannot take more than one hit from this thing. This is without steal, so steal is a buff that you can get for yourself, but I mean, a lot of this is about luck. You might not have that buff.
Holy
available.
shit.
You might not have looted the thing that you can use to get that buff for yourself, and in that case, you just
Is this
need
like a
pure
boss?
skill, pure kiting skill to survive the situation, and if you die,
Like-
that's it.
No?
The run is over. So you have to make it.
Well, how the fuck are you supposed to be able to do it if you're gonna get if you almost get one shot by a trash mob? How the fuck is the boss gonna be any harder? Very slowly. It's 4-man content. It's an elite mob. Okay, all right. Maybe I'll try this out sometime.
For once, the floor 200 solo.
Yeah.
On your own, you get the Necromancer title in Palace of the Dead. I actually managed to track down somebody on my data center who has both titles and cleared Palace of the Dead not once but 3 different times. It might have been more.
Damn.
Because I talked to them at the end of June, and he said he was still going for more clears then. So this is Sadie's.
What the fuck?
I was like, why? Why are you going for more clears?
Yeah, for
like,
real.
You suffer more. You already have your title. And he said that he wanted to get back on the leaderboard for machinist as his clear got pushed off. So yeah, there are rankings that you can check here. It is published for everyone to see. He also said that it's a good time sink, and it is fun to go in on other jobs to see how they handle stuff in there. But clearly, he just enjoys the content himself. That's what keeps him coming back. He said,
imagine having fun playing a game. I've done Savage. It's hard to compare the two because of the time commitment and personal responsibility. Solo, I guess Deep Dive, it's DD, I'm assuming, requires. The later bosses in Palace can be tough, but like Savage follow a scripted rotation so you can research ahead of time and prepare. Deep Dungeon, oh, it's deep, okay.
Compared to something like Savage, a Deep Dungeon solo calls for a massive time commitment, and it's just a huge personal responsibility. There's somebody else in there that can help you. And he said, it's nice knowing that if I mess up, it's on me. There's no chance of someone else ruining the run.
It could be the game and lag or a bug, which is why I would die. So that's actually not entirely true.
When I talked to Sadie a little while ago, he said that he had a scholar run sitting at 110, but I can already see here from the leaderboard that his scholar run is at 186. It is pretty impressive because some jobs like scholar are even harder to do on this than other jobs. So he's like added a new level of nightmare mode to something that's already a nightmare mode content, like just for the lulz pretty much.
Jesus.
Sadie also suggested that I give a shout out to Angelus Dimonis, whose name I actually did hear a week or two ago when I heard that Angelus had
Holy
Heaven on
shit.
Hot on every single job. Sadie said that Angelus does streams that are like how to do Palace of the Dead from 1 to 200. That were
What the
helpful
fuck?
and puts his clears up on YouTube as well. So I'll link to all that in the description box.
That's
Definitely worth
insane.
checking out if you're considering soloing. I also asked Sadie if there's anything else that he wanted to suggest to you buns who might be considering this. And he said, do not be disheartened if you die early on in the con. The first few floors can be bad if you're under-leveled in Palace, or if you get ambushed by patrols and have it on high. I never played Machinist before trying out solo Deep Dungeon, and I managed to get there, so anybody else watching can't. I thought that was really crazy.
Okay.
So, like, he wasn't even like a pro Machinist player.
And he was able to do it.
Machinist before doing this achievement, so that should be encouraging for some of y'all. Next up, rare PvP loot. So I've kind of put this all in one category.
Wow, that looks good.
Honestly, all
Not the
PvP
mount.
mounts are rare since so few people do the content. Though I kind of do feel like that is changing lately, but that's a subject for another day. I kind of wanted to focus more on all of the unobtainable PvP mounts that are super rare, like the feast rewards from getting top 100 in the feast.
These are like the gladiator mounts,
like,
right?
Once the season rewards are out,
yeah, these are like the gladiator
mounts. You can
mounts.
never get those rewards again. So
yeah, that one looks fucking badass.
Feast wallets.
I like that a lot. Yeah.
The reward for feast top 100 is not a mount, but instead really cool armor sets, which was the case in season 18 and 19. The samurai and my static Makopsy actually has this, and all the time, like every day, people even DM me on Twitter to ask where he got this armor because it's super cool and super rare.
That's really, really cool set. That's so badass, man. So how hard would it be for me to get that? Is it very, very hard? You can't get it? Oh, because I know it's just for, like you said, samurai, and samurai don't use the same gear. Oh, it's gone. This one's out of the game? Okay, so like the next set that's like this, maybe I should go for it. But only, it says top 100. That means only 100 people in the game can get this? Is that right? Dude, that's crazy.
And I'm like, I mean, sorry, that ship has sailed.
Yeah, I might not get that.
Season 18.
Dude, the cloak is fucking awesome.
You cannot get it
Holy
anymore.
shit.
Best you can do is feast your eyes on it. Modeling these PvP mounts for me here today is Rasumi Himawari from Shiva, the top mount collector on my data center, according to FXV Collect. So I don't know how accurate it is.
Wow.
Still pretty impressive. I asked Rasumi if they had to no life PvP to get top 100 for these mounts. And they actually said, no, it's not even that bad. In most seasons, it takes like 30 to 50 hours of work. If you play like 2 to 3 hours every day, you can spread it out a lot. Y'all should know that season 20 of the Feast is underway right now. So if you want to...
Bro, that's fucking nothing, man. That's nothing. 50 hours? I can do that in a week. Nobody plays it? Good, that'll make it easier. I don't give a shit. I just want the gear.
Fight me?
Yeah, who cares?
I mean, you can. I've been doing it. I've been doing it a good day. It's the first time I've been ranking up in PvP. It's actually been pretty fun. But I bring it up because, not to tell you to fight me, but to tell you if you want this soon-to-be rare mount from Season 20,
what the fuck?
Dreadnought from ranking in the top 100 for this season, now would be the time to do the feast. You might dread not doing it. The Tiger mount.
Oh,
also the
that's badass.
Mount from doing hunts. That's killing world bosses, basically. For the Tiger, you need to kill 3,000 A ranks and 2,000 S ranks, the S ranks being the brutal part. Because they're often pretty difficult and weird to spawn. I know there are some S ranks that to get them to spawn, you need to go to their spawn location and just die repeatedly. Like, over and over and over, like maybe it'll spawn at some point. There's others that you need to go to their spawn location and eat food or drink, and they might show up, or maybe you need to catch a particular fish.
So, wait a minute. Hunt trains? Yeah, but how long are the hunt trains gonna be, though? Yeah, like, how many do you get in the hunt train? Like, so it's a 2-hour hunt train, and you get 12 NPCs. Okay, so 12? What's 3,000 divided by 12? That's a lot. That's a fucking lot, man.
Fish. Or maybe it just has to be during nights of the full moon. Like, it sounds like a joke, but yeah, that's how a lot of these are, so some of them The Triceratops requires you to kill 2,000 A rank elite marks and 1,000 S rank elite marks in Shadowbringer's zones. Who has both of these mounts, told me that they went hard for like 6 months to get these rounds.
They went hard for 6 months?
You went hard. What does that entail? And it said S ranks can take up to 132 hours to respawn. You had 3 copies per zone at Shadowbringer's launch and 6 servers with world travel, so you could get 50 realistically every 3 days, and per week something like 100. So yeah, 50 S ranks every 3 days or so for 6 months. They said they were in a Discord server for hunts and 4 different link shells to make sure they get all the callouts to be alerted when there's a hunt to go kill. And
Bro, just imagine that guy, man. Like, dude, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of those people that had Donald Trump on notifications. And whenever Donald Trump wakes up at like 3:30 in the morning and he tweets out, "Oh, I can't believe that Hillary still isn't in jail. I'm gonna put her in jail tomorrow." And then immediately, like, they get a fucking, their phone starts buzzing, bzz, 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 and then it's fucking wakes them up in the middle of the night, and they're like, "Sorry, honey, give me 1 second. I've got to do something." And then they fucking open up their little fucking phone, and they're like, "Oh, fuck you, orange piece of shit. I can't believe that you're the president. I hate you. I can't wait to vote against you again. All right, fuck you. Send it." Then I go back to bed. That's the way it feels. I feel like it's the same thing. Like, it's like 2 in the morning, you get a phone buzz, and it's like, this thing is up, and you've got to go kill it right now. Don't lie, that was you. It was me with, there was actually things like this. I would have people call me on the phone if, like, Undasta was up, or if other NPCs were up. I'd have them call me immediately. Let me know what's going on.
I suggest you join those. I know Phaloop has been an amazing resource
Galleon was another
for this, so I'll put the links to that below.
Back before it wouldn't spawn all the time.
Basically, if you want these mounts, the hunt is going to become your end game. Like,
yeah.
That's how you got to earn your stripes.
Very clever. So, I feel like if I really wanted to go hard and get all the mounts in this game, I would have to play it like 8 hours a day, 12 hours a day for like a year or a year and a half. I think that I'll probably... Can I farm mounts in WoW and Final Fantasy at the same time? That would be fucking crazy. I would actually feel like I was doing something with my life if I did that.
Mentor Pegasus mount, or the Astro.
I've seen a few of these.
This requires 2,000 Mentor roulettes. Now, that is a roulette that you can get access to if you're a PvE mentor, which means you've gotten 1,500 commendations, you've done 1,000 duties, and you have finished Crystarium role quests as a tank, a healer, and a DPS job. You also need to have completed every duty in the game, including extreme trials, as any of those can pop up in your mentor roulette, with some exceptions being ultimate, savage, current expansion extreme trials, and binding coils. So the idea behind Mentor Roulette is to send mentors into groups where their guidance and advice would be needed most. So like groups of
We've actually had some of those individuals in my stream. That's the funny thing. I know all about this. Like I guess they watch my stream to complete this achievement. So I'm actually gonna try to get the mentor thing as soon as I can, because as soon as I can do it, that means I'll be able to start working towards that Pegasus mount, and I think that Pegasus mount's fucking cool.
Who maybe they're struggling.
Yeah.
Maybe they just need someone there to give them a little help, right? AKA Serena on Reddit said of her experience getting this mount, people generally didn't want advice, didn't listen to advice if given, and sometimes even responded with hostility to tips, even if they were performing very poorly. So I learned to, most of the time, silently endure if duties weren't going well. Well, I do that already, and I'm not even doing the mentor roulette. But they did say that in synced extreme fights, people were more receptive to advice. So, I mean, I guess getting your ass beat by a grandpa of the cabbage people like teach you a little lesson in humility.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Because we wiped on him for an hour. Like, that shit was hard, man. Like, we had to do like 5 mechanics at the same time. That was a lot. That was an hour, it was a whole hour of wiping. I was so upset. Yeah, he had like 3 tank mechanics. I was going crazy. I was gonna lose my mind.
They said that synced extremes counted for about 10% of the duties they completed towards their Astrope mount. They said it always took a lot of time and effort and typically ran for the full 60 minutes. My clear rate for synced extremes was pretty—
That's crazy. Like, I remember I did Garuda. I random queued Garuda for extreme. We did it in 1 try. I'm not even kidding. I don't know. Actually, wait a minute. We might have wiped once. That's not true because I remember the second time I had more health. Yeah, no. So we wiped once. Never mind. Yeah, we wiped once. It was on extreme. We just went in there and did it. That was it.
Decent. I took the time to type out and teach the fight mechanics almost every time I got queued into an extreme, and I would try to coach players who were struggling or played a crucial role in the fight.
Again.
Many, if not most teams, were pretty receptive and understanding about needing to respect the mechanics. However, there were also many, many lost causes, times where no amount of instruction or guidance would be sufficient to get a team to clear. And I asked Rasumi here about their experience getting this mount, and they said, I set aside like 5 months and did it all day until I was done. On good days, I got around 60 to 80 roulettes, and on bad days, I got like 10. It really depends on the content you get on that day. Sariba Yoko here also got the Astrope and told me that they had been doing it more casually, like 5 or 10 times a week. Sariba said, I only went in mentor.
So wait a minute. So you have 3 leaves per day before you get punished, right? So if you wanted to min-max this, couldn't you just wait until you get like an hour-long one and then save the leaves for that one? You only get 1. Oh, shit. You only get 1. Oh my god. Mentors only get 1? That's smart, though. I mean, because, like, listen, the thing is, the way that I think, right, is like, how can I take advantage of a system and manipulate it into giving me something that it's not supposed to? That's why mentors have a bad rap. Yeah, that's smart.
If I'm in a daddy mood. Morble, the Blue Mage mount. So to get this one, you must be in a fully Blue Mage group with Silence Echo turned on and Undersized Party turned off. You have to do Binding Coil of Bahamut turn 5, Second Coil of Bahamut turn 4, Final Coil of Bahamut turn 4, then in Alexander, Burden of the Father Savage.
Slow down is what they said. I'ma get it over in my head. White t-shirt, blue jeans. Can never get enough of you. Bright sneakers on. Getting ready for a flashback. Time keeps moving on. Looking at you, feeling like I could never. Like I could never get enough.
And we're back for another episode. In this episode, I'm going to be unlocking Amtapor Keep Hard Mode, one of the new dungeons introduced into patch 2.5. So, as always, hello from Mifri, and we are here in Revenant's Toll in the
pro tips. I know what I'm doing. Shut the fuck up. I'm literally gonna use fucking limit break every single chance I get. I don't give a fuck. Willow, the woods. Woo.
Yep. What's happening?
Fucking doing like hardcore stuff in Final Fantasy.
Iron Trial in Warzone is really fun.
What?
New Warzone mode. Well, they fixed Warzone, so it's like double health. They took away all the stupid perks, like Dead Silence and that shit. The guns are like very bare, and like the costs of UAVs and that kind of shit's very expensive. So they made like the VR super fun. Like you need to get headshots type of thing. And you can win battles that you're not supposed to win.
Dude, so there's a limit break like in the like dungeons and shit that you do. And like the party shares it. So like either the tank can use it or the DPS can use it or the healers can use it. So like I always just fucking take it. And they get super pissed off and they're like, why do you take it, dude? Like the tank buff is so like fucking useless and shit. And I'm like, well, it's a defensive, man. Yeah, they get fucking angry.
Just steal that shit.
Yeah, dude. Ruthless. How's everything your side?
Chillin'. Fucking busy at work, and I got freelance stuff after work.
Like strip club.
Yep. Gotta make that money. And then yeah, gardening, dog, food, girlfriend.
How's GMJ?
I have no idea.
I haven't spoken to them for a while, dude.
Yeah, going to G tomorrow. Got like a new puppy and shit.
Sure.
Uh-oh, sweet. Oh, why is my ping so bad? RPG, motherfucker.
They had a virtual memorial for voice actor that died yesterday in the game. Like hundreds of people in a line with fires and shit. It was pretty cool.
Oh. Remember when they used to do that shit for a while?
I don't know if they like, well, they made that room that I always used to log off in. But like,
No, like I've had mass fucking online things where like the whole of fucking Ogrimmar goes outside, like, and literally stands in a line. Like the entire Ogrimmar.
Do you know, well, you know about the secret room.
Yeah, you told me about that.
But yeah, that gets you banned. I still like went there all the time though. I would like log off there and sleep there and shit. But yeah, I'm never gonna play WoW again.
Yeah, it's pretty much dead. They even went back and removed all the like portraits that had cleavage in them.
That's fucking dumb.
Dude, like that is so retarded. Like that is like the biggest waste of resources and just no, fuck them now.
Yeah, like no, like good, like fuck you, like seriously.
That is the level we're at.
Like what for, bro? Like what? Why?
Because there was most sexual harassment inside the workplace. So now it's like to the public, hey, we're changing our ways. Look, we're gonna remove all of this stuff from the game because we're such good guys.
You mean good girls, like feminist regimists?
Yes.
Fuck that shit, dude. Nah. Keep it. You can have Call of Duty Activision. But I'm angry with fucking EA as well. I'm angry with everyone, dude.
Yeah, you're just a salty person.
Dude, but like, it all started... Okay, let's just think about this, bro. Like, honestly, it's not me. It all started with Cyberpunk.
No.
Okay, maybe a little bit
before. Happening for years. Since the first pre-order.
Of which one?
This is my first game that I pre-ordered was probably Modern Warfare 2.
No, but like I used to enjoy pre-orders.
Yeah, because you fucking could actually get the disc.
And
that was why.
That
was the whole point of that was the point of pre-ordering because there's only so many printed, so secure yours.
Yeah,
now it's digital and there's millions. It's literally endless.
That's a good point. Like we used to pre-order and we used to wait at launch dates at the fucking shop to pick up our fucking copy.
Yes.
Like now this is bullshit. That they could just be like, nah. Sorry, see you next year. We got your money though. But they don't. Like, at least I got my refund, like whatever.
I think I'm gonna pre-order Far Cry 6 because it's out in 2 weeks.
Like, I will, like, dude, if they are gonna like release the beta that day or the next day, I will buy it. But I'm not doing it before that. Like, fuck that shit.
That's not showing them anything, you know that.
Well, it makes them wait for actual, like, my funds. You know?
0.0000001% of their income is affected. Congratulations.
Not even. But like, I am not the only one, so like, it adds up, dude. Like, I gotta build
You're still gonna buy it, so it's not really affecting them. Because remember, they take their like stuff in quarterly earnings, so it doesn't matter if you buy it now or later. It's still buying it in the same quarter, so your money's still going to the exact same place.
I don't really care about that. Like all I care about is them fucking keeping to their dates. Like, if you can't keep to your dates, don't announce it. Like, honestly, just don't put a date down if you can't fucking keep to a date. Like, like, fuck's sake, dude.
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't care. I like the pre-order thing for the fact of like I paid for it back then, so I don't have to cock out money when it comes out.
That's the same fucking thing.
No, so I don't care. Like when it releases, when it's ready, I'm happy. I know I'm getting it eventually.
I don't know. It feels better when I like pay for something and I know I'm actually gonna get it that day. No, you're lying to me, man. You want my money first? You want my money, motherfucker? You want me to come to your house? I'll start throwing Battlefield like copies at them. All the old original ones. Dude, well, we bought my kid a fucking PlayStation, so like buying him like a whole bunch of Sonic games, Sonic Racing and stuff. It's good stuff, you know?
Hang on, I'll be there now, I'm just hunting a guy. I'm lagging. Fucking hell, can I stop fucking lagging? Fuck off, yeses. As I see the guy, I lag my people.
I've never really seen a big line. You know, so but I guess that's what I'm paying attention maybe. Maybe like no one in Broken ever died on my realm.
It was a field though. I think like 2 or 3, right?
Dude, if I die like randomly, make sure they test me for poison. You know what I'm saying?
Why is your beloved Putin gonna poison you?
I think my kitten might poison me.
Alright.
In 2006, PvP in World of Warcraft was very different to how it is now. There was no arenas or rated battlegrounds in any way, and the first ever battlegrounds were released midway through vanilla. But despite all of this, the theme of world PvP was the strongest in vanilla WoW. Unorganized world PvP battles were incredibly common, and stepping into a contested zone was always a danger, regardless of whether or not you are level capped. In today's WoW, even PvP realms force you to turn your PvP flag on before being able to engage in any world battles. However, this is nothing like it was in the Wild West days of vanilla. It's important for you to understand this context for the story I am about to tell you. A story that involves a funeral being raided. A guild on Illidan US had a guild member named Phajin die of a stroke. So the guild had the nice idea of holding a funeral for this player in-game. So they advertised on the forums.
I'll cut you to pieces! I will not yield to you! rests! Be done with you! Sickness must be purged! Be done with you! And now the final curse! This shall be a mercy. You disgust me. Sickness must be purged. Be done with you. Must be purged. Sickness must be purged. Be done with you! Sickness must be purged!
billboards of their realm, Illidan US, and they basically advertised anyone who knew of Phaedran and anyone who wanted to honor her was welcome to come attend the funeral. This was a nice idea, however, this was made in a PvP realm, and it just so happens Phaedran's favourite zone was Winterspring, which is a contested zone where anyone can attack. You may begin to see where this is going. A guild on the server called Serenity Now caught wind of this, and they planned a 100-man raid to attend this funeral and basically massacre any horde that was standing at this funeral. It was probably a bad idea for them to advertise this on the public forums where Horde and Alliance can both see this post. Now, if it was just in between the guild members and only the guild members knew about it, this probably wouldn't have happened. However, they went public with this and basically advertised this funeral to the whole world to come and attend, even Alliance members. So naturally, Serenity Now formed their raid and headed off into Winterspring where the funeral was being held. The Horde members that were saying goodbye to their friend and fellow gamer were not prepared for the raid that was about to take place. Phaedran's guild was annihilated by Serenity Now, as they had no idea what was about to hit them, and most players were in transmog sets, not the gear they would use in actual PvE content. Many of them unequipped their items and weapons and armor to make it look like a real funeral. So when 100 Alliance members crashes at your funeral but were wearing all the proper gear, they essentially had no chance of defending themselves. What happened was an absolute massacre, and Serenity Now dominated Winterspring. This attack did not go unnoticed though. Many people on the WoW forums complained about this and said that the players were highly disrespectful for doing this. There was so much fury on the internet that even the mainstream media caught wind of this and started making some stories about it. I did some research on this event, and it turns out a guy called Matt Kempt, who was the leader of Serenity Now at the time, even today is still looking back on it and has no regrets. According to him, if they didn't do it, someone else would have. And it just makes me laugh how Matt Kempt, the leader of this guild, looks exactly how I thought he would look. It kind of looks like the South Park character that has no life. So what do you guys think of this massacre?